right, we're back with another stream. Today is going to be the main focus of today is going to be these events, Cons Champion events. As you can see, I've already finished three of them. I finished the away teams by just doing the traits. And sometimes you have to go in here and make sure that they count. And so what I did to finish this, and I do this for most of the away team events, is I'll go into the officer um, tab, and then I'll just scroll down, look for an officer that has. I mean, some of these I don't do because I know I never use them in away teams. Like I'll never use Dazek because he's one of my main PvP officers. So I'll look for somebody else, kind of scroll down. Could use Freeman, so I would go to Freeman, click on this, and then it would tell me. Then I would just update the traits, and then I would do enough to finish the event. That's been a good way to finish those events without having. Otherwise, you've got to do these away missions, and if you had the speed ups, you can do it most of the time. Most folks, I don't think, could finish the event. This one's a 5-day event, so you could probably easily do it by just doing the missions themselves. But there's not many of those missions that give me anything that I need, so it's just a lot easier just to go ahead and do that. The PvP, because of the overlap of Mining Monday, I pretty much did finish this. Taking out, like I said, we're at war with a bunch of different alliances. I just spent the deal policing the mining areas with our enemies and finished it pretty easily. Um, this one was a tough one. I pretty much had a miner out all day for this one. This one uh, took almost 3 million of the um, 5 star or 5G, whatever, which way you want to call it, gas to finish this. I basically completely filled up, and I mean, actually did fill up. The 2.8 cargo hold, so I said almost 3 million. It took all of it to finish that milestone. So now we're pretty much left with only the augment thing left over. So I think there's a couple of events that we can actually score with it. We'll be able to score in this event. We'll be able to score in this event as well, just because it's just hostiles in general. And also the Starfleet secrets. The secrets today was you have to use latinum to repair one of your ships. And it doesn't have to be a full repair. You can go up there and do some minor damage and fix it using latinum. That's what I would suggest. And the other one is also augments. As you can see, I sent my Reliant out. And that's what I used for this event too. Took my Reliant out, took it right to the OPC level and brought it back, and then used the repair to fix it to complete that one. Let's see. We also got this event going on, which doesn't have anything I can use. So normally I would go hard on one of these events because I was always looking for reputation. So it was something I was doing anyway. This one I didn't do this time because I was on the fence last time on not spending $50 just to compete in an event. So I'm definitely not doing it this time. I basically, far as the arc is has gone so far. Um, I'm I'm happy where I'm at loot wise. I was able to take McCoy to tier 4. I was able to take Carol Marcus to tier 4. I'd already did him through the Khan's champion missions. He was already tiered out, and I also got about 100, maybe 100 of these 113 through the events. But now I'm not really sure what I want to do with whatever loot I got left over. Do I want to go ahead and continue dumping it into him, getting him closer to the 800, or do I want to try to tier this guy up? To me, he's not a very useful officer. Um, Against players in the junker is his officer building. Below deck is okay. If you would have to put him, I guess you would put him in a battleship. Um, if you're going with the triangle, but he would only count and get used if you were doing against explorers. So he's pretty limited officer. I'm not. Uh, I was gun ho with trying to get him and tear him up as high as possible until I read this part here. It had to be in the junker. I'm never going to use the junker against players. I'm sorry, I'm just not. So he's not a useful officer, so I probably won't use him. I'll probably just continue. Quasi, to me, of all these officers, now that I've got him finished, so he's not in the equation. So out of these 4 officers, which one's the most valuable to me would be Quasi. Um, I I just wanted to get McCoy up to tier 4. I I don't care if I get him up anymore. They'll eventually put a place where he gets sourced in the game, and I'll finish him out that way. But uh, Quasi is the one that's the most valuable to me, and because Carol Marcus, even though she does, if you guys are pretty far behind in that loop, she is really valuable to you because of her loot um, gain. Now her below deck abilities not that bad for non armada hostiles. Um, she'd be definitely worth putting below deck on any hostile one of your hostile ground troops, maybe even in wave defenses, you know. But she her ability came too late for me. I was already time I got her up to where she was useful. I didn't really need her anymore, if that makes any sense. But he is the one that's most valuable to me. Now, McCoy's officer abilities is pretty good. Um, his officer ability, he gives you, he'll definitely be an officer you would really think hard about putting on the side for your wave defense. He also gives you this same type of, to a lesser degree, on a hostile. He'd be a good lower deck officer for you in a regular one. So McCoy's not a bad officer. That's why I went ahead and took him to 4. Well, just say, well, why don't you just go ahead and take him to 5? Well, like I said, I don't think I will get to 5 with them. What I am going to do, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to be hasty and start using my deal after because I actually tiered up McCoy today. So that happened today with the loot some of the rewards we got from the event turnover. We got some loot, and I actually finished him out. And we'll see how much loot we gain for the rest of the arc. And if I think I can get really close to tearing him out, I may change my mind and not use him on Quasi. But that's kind of where I'm leaning right now. Right now, I'm going to wait and see how much loot I can actually obtain, and see what that does. So that's where I am on that. Let's go back to the events before we get back into looking at it. I did purchase the thing where we get the extra chips. I think if I had a do over that, I wouldn't have done it because it doesn't seem like it's now the one from the last arc we were getting the tokens for these guys. Yeah, it made a difference. I'll tell you that. But um, the amount that I've gotten so far haven't really made a difference, to be quite honest with you. If I had a do over on spending, I think it was like 19 bucks or something. It was cheap, but I think I would maybe not have done it. Let's see. I think I got her up to tier 2. Let's look at her deal. See if is she warranted going into the store and tearing her up to at least 3. That might be something I think about this weekend about doing. Right now, I'm low on cash. I'm not going to buy anything. And you can see I'm still working on her. I got her, used her with those tokens you saw me the other night. I'm still about 7,000 off of this, a little bit over 7,000. I may see if I can talk some guys and do some mirror MUs. I think if I can do like 3 or 4 of those, it'll put me pretty damn close. I need to go in here and look into the uh, away team and see if I got that draw yet. Nope. Okay. Oh no, it wouldn't be the away team anyway. Doofus. It's going to be in the mirror universe, and I do got it. So that's going to give me 1,600 closer. And then when I get the pull from here, that's going to get me, I think there's like 800 there. So I'll have her, if I can't get some wave defense thing going on, I can probably get her done sometime this week, I would imagine. All right, let's go ahead and get our guys back. I got my ships all over the place. That's what I was running in Reliant before. This is a good crew in the Reliant right here. If you're wanting to know, this is a good crew to run right here. I use this. I'm going to use this in my Kretchna here in a minute when we go up there and grind out the rest of this thing here. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's move the Reliant out there and put my, I think it's, yeah, my cube. And I've been running the female mirror crew. And she's definitely, when I tear her up, it's going to help a lot. A whole lot. Now, I wish Troy was a little closer. I would be tempted in spending $100 and finish her up to 4 too. But you can see how hard it is to tear up those mirror crew. You need that stupid Trillium D. So probably not, but I'm not too far from my Mirror Picard being ready to do the same thing. So I'm finishing out Mirror Picard, so I'm not very far from that. I don't think it's going to be soon, but I need to start when I got a chance to pull Mirror Picard officers as a choice, doing that from now on. And I am going to Friday when I get paid. I am going to pull this thing here because this will give me 100 mirror Picard shards. That won't put me over the top, but it inches me a little bit closer. I am going to use it. And if I didn't have mirror Picard, it'd be tempting for just E Picard. Because I'm on the last tier for him as well. But Mirror Picard would I tiered out Mirror Picard, I tiered out Mirror Data, and Quasi's a pretty monstrous mirror crew, and that's what I'm looking for, and that's right now I've got the mirror crew in this ship here, and that's probably where you're gonna stay. Now it's gonna be tempting to real because right now I've got Interceptor Strike Team, uh, Explorer Strike Team, Battleship Strike Team. Uh, I've got Mirror Crew here. I've got Freeman Crew here, and the female Mirror Crew there. Those are pretty salty customers. I don't know if I want to mess with him. He was pretty stupid to come back and station right back next to me because I came over to station with him to screw with him. He moved and now he moved right back. So I'm kind of. Is he asking me to come and pop him really? I don't know. I got better shit to do for right now because he's probably on, so it's not going to be worth it. Before we did it because he was hit going into our uh, defense, and a Knob 66 is just above what my ship can take out in one shot, so I'd have to take him out in 2-3 shots. 2-3 shots, I'm in, which that's not unnormal. Because once you get these guns on your base, 65 plus are pretty tough customers. You have to get by them before you can even get to the ships. They're pretty tough customers. Unless the guy just has no defense, has done none of that stuff in the no, the station research, then that kind of then you can. I mean, there's been some guys that's been pretty easy, but his station is about the same strength as my ship, and the guns put it over. All right, so let's go ahead. So I did put making sure I put my crews the way back to normal. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna recrew my Kretschna here, and we're going to go Og crew. We're gonna hit 100 and come back just because, like I said before, when doing these, even though I can do about 200, somewhere between like 220 and 210 on a single hull. because I leave so much loot on the table. Um, I only do about 100. And 100 usually give me a enough for a mission in the augment store as well. Usually takes 2 runs, but I think I've already got some in here. Let's take a look. Okay, priority claim. We'll take that. We'll do. I thought I just did the priority claim. Okay, maybe it was a planet. No, it wasn't the planetary shards. Okay, we'll do another one then. That was weird. Okay. And we'll get that. And I get the one thing I didn't need. Well, I guess I do because I ran out of it last time we were running. Okay, so I don't have any of those pools left. So let's look at the missions. And I'm just below. So this one, the run that we're due here, will put me over the top and allow me to run one of the missions. And like I said, the nightmare mission gives you the most loot, but all the oxygen and all the stuff I have to do is set it up to be able to defeat it. It'd be much easier just to hit 2 of the uh, one below it. And I'll get more loot overall doing that as well. So I don't know at this point. It's not worth. I guess once I get the Kretschna over 100 billion, then we're talking, and I don't have to sit there and use use every trick in the book to help me get over the top on it. Even though I'm not a huge person using oxygen, I like to have it there as a card I can play if it's totally necessary. I know that probably a lot of people on my server think I ISO up every time, but that's not truly the truth. Because most of the time I like to test my ships, and I don't. If I'm juicing up, I don't know whether it's my ship or not. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so there's the attacker. Didn't give me the warning. That's something you got to watch out sometimes for. So there he is. We're gonna go ahead, attack, recall, and stop. Okay, so we're good. So we're gonna sit here and just do our thing. So if any of you guys are, hey, I got a pretty decent, cool announcement about the channel in general. That stream that I did overnight did unlock something. I haven't checked into it yet. It doesn't give me full monetization, but it gives me some features I didn't have before on the channel. After I went over, I don't know if it was I went because I went over 500 on subscribers, which I thought I already had, but I got a email from Google asking me to apply for the partnership program, and I thought you could only do that if you had 1,000 subscribers, which I don't have yet. So I got to thank all of you guys the other night who were watching the stream and subscribed. Whatever you did helped me put me over the top for something. I don't know. Like I said, don't know if it's full blown monetization or not. But, and again, it's going to have to, it's not a slam dunk that I actually really want to do that because I know that I had a chance to do that with my firearms channel and I didn't do it because uh, it was right when all the backlash about guns and everything was happening on the social media stuff. And there was a couple of guys that Mr. Gun Gear and who else? Who else? There was about 4 or 5 of these guys that were that even though they were had popular channels, were getting really good views and everything. Sure, making pretty decent ad money for YouTube. They were shadow banning them and doing weird things with their um, listings and stuff. But they left me alone because I didn't care about that as well. Which didn't really make any sense to me, but they had data that proved that YouTube was doing something to screw with their channel. And but again, I'm I'm of the thought that nobody should this shouldn't be somebody's gig. If they want to make some extra money on the side, monetizing their thing, more power to them. But if somebody's going to rely on a bunch of people watching your video to make a living, that's not a good choice. At least for me, that's been always been my opinion on that. And I got a decent job. I don't need the monetization, but if I ever, like I said, ever did it, it would go right into this, and I would have to look at the tax liability of it all too, because like I said, I learned that the hard way with my pension. That if all your revenue streams aren't getting the same amount of federal federal taxes taken off of it, they really rake you over the coals. They really do. I mean, because it's ridiculous. With my little, I don't make a lot on my pension. I make like $1,300 a month on my pension, but still, that's enough to that little bit of money that I get from my pension is enough to make me from getting like 65 to $8,000 refund tax every year to getting 1,000 or $500, and that's me taking extra money out of my check at my job just so I don't have to pay them. So I think we got the Exile Champion one done. That might be. Let's look at this one first. See if we got that one done. We still got. Looks like we've got 3 more to hit, and we're done with that one. And I think I passed. I finished the con version of it. No, man, that gave me it must have been another milestone I could hit. I hit one of the milestones that actually paid something off. Yeah, just that one right there. I just hit that one. So, okay, so we got one more milestone on both of those. The main thing, then we're done with it. Oh, yeah. Uh Something yesterday. This progression thing, they restarted that yesterday and I finished it in one day. I think I did it in 2 days last time, but I actually did it last night. I didn't stream yesterday because there really wasn't nothing to do. Basically, I spent all day. I crashed like maybe two or three defenses, and I spent all night, all day hunting guys um, in systems. I spent all night in the mining systems, stopping our enemies from mining. I probably, I probably, I probably did got 500 ships last night doing that. I think it's stuck. That's the one thing about this artifact. What? Tell me invalid. I don't know if one of the ships has went off the screen and it freezes it. I don't know what causes it to freeze like that, but it does. See, I can load up 7 ships in it now after I did the upgrade during the Tournament Alliance stuff, but it's really hard to keep it. As fast as these ships are moving around, that puts them all over the place. So let's see. So we got some folks in channel. Say hi. Tell me what server you're on and what level, ops level you are, man. And even though I labeled it question and answers last time, you can do that anytime. If there's something I can help you with in the game, I'll be more than be glad to help you with it. Basically, is why I'm doing that anyway. I need to do another instructional video for YouTube. I just hadn't had to. I hadn't, like I said, this new job. It's toning down. They've got me to a point where I'm doing a less physical position, a lot less walking, and now it'll give me a little bit more energy to do stuff. And I'm actually trying to think of some good videos to do. I actually shot one on the augment crew that I'm using right now, and I never used it. I mean, I've got it shot. All I gotta do is edit it, but I don't know if it's necessary. I thought about doing that with that nightmare crew, but there's too much setup on it, and uh, first of all, you gotta have the loot to be able to pull the mission, and then you got all the exocoms you gotta use. And like I said, I don't think they're worth at this point. Maybe when like I said, maybe when my Krechna gets like tier 17 or something like that, where I can do it without any, maybe just max fortify it and kill it. Um, that would be a deal. But it's good to know I have a crew that can kill them now. But it's an OG crew. It's one that I use on mission hostiles, or one of the ones I used on mission hostiles. Put it that way. I think the key thing on that is that they don't have like an ops or system level uh, designation. So it does put like, I could see you could actually use a version with Pike and Monroe and use another officer with it. Hey man, cool. What time is it in Europe where you're at, man? Hey, good evening to you too, man. Level 18 on 70 on 702. Well, I want the guy in YouTube's that Philip. He's in Europe, man. So you can't see that. That's kind of unstable. But so for Ops 18, I would say the biggest thing you need to focus on is getting to the point where you can get your reputation, where you getting you a ship that's good enough that you can go into one like whatever faction that you want to pull your first faction ship, uh, and start the reputation process. Gosh, that's just so unstable, man. I one thing that you'll find out is supposed to be a 30% chance you die, 70% you live. For me on this stupid thing, it's been more of a 50-50 thing. So we're gonna go right on back. But I did it. I just did that for my little nephew's account. He's a ops. He's an ops 27 now, but around I think it was around 20 or 20ish. That's when I started working uh, the Klingon rep for him because he wanted a ship that could cloak. So I got him to D3. He's 5, so that's probably as far as that count will ever go because all he cares about is hitting hostiles. Now the 7-year old, he's like he's the same level as you, but he likes to mine and do the little missions and stuff. So he's happy as a lark being where he's at. So, uh, but the 3-year old and the 5-year old, they both like blowing up ships. So, uh, but for the most part, they play my account when I can. But when they're all three of them there, I created those two sub accounts, one for my nephew, both my nephews. Just so when if they all three want to play at the same time, I've got something that they can do. But for the most part, they all want to play with my ships now, because especially the 5-year old and the 3-year old, because the 5-year old loves my Kretschna, and the 3-year old loves my 70 Romulan ship. He says that's my scary ship. Creon rep is for me. F the. Well, yeah. I mean, pretty soon you want to be able to lock out all three because there are advantages, especially when you get into the 50s with the Romulan, because the Romulan has their rare ship in the 50s and 60s are the better ship of the three. So you want to be able to have flexibility where you're not tied to one reputation. You want to be able to, um, get any of the ships, but you definitely, for right now, I would not even worry about the Trilock. Um, I don't. Which one is your main one? Is your main one going to be Klingon or Federation? Okay, well, when you pick one, take well. Okay, I'll once I get this ship, this hostile here taken care of, I'll go into that system to show you a few things. Whoops, I pushed the wrong ship. Okay, recall. Not like that dude's gonna be able to hit. Oh gosh, I keep hitting the wrong ship. Okay, let's get. Okay, attack, recall, and stop. Okay, gotta stop that one. Recall it back. And my keyboard's in the way. I need to move it back. Um, okay, so we got that one stopped. So what you want to do, okay, the easiest, right now it's not a player for you because you don't got a ship that's strong enough to do it. But once you get you a ship that's strong enough to do it, what you want to do is you want to go in. No, that's 40 space. Where's it at? I think it's over here actually. No, that's still 50 space. How do they get way over here? Oh, there we go. Okay, this is the mat. This is the key to tri-locking your reputation. When you get a ship that's strong enough to come in here and uh, hit these transports in here, and you'll be able to do it with with your uh, Ops 30 rare ship. I did it with my Burrell. Ah, oh, crap! I stopped it in the middle of one of those systems. Okay, let's just fix it. I thought I pushed recall, but I guess I didn't. All right, so you want to once you get your rare ship, you can go in here and grind out both your your Federation and your Romulan. Uh, I did it over 2 weekends. I got it to that first lock of I think it's guys. Is the first one 100 million or is that where that one is the first? So you can lock out all three. What I did is I locked out Klingon because Klingon is always going to be my main uh, uh, faction. So I did Klingon regular way. Then I came up in this system and pounded these hostiles because what happened. Um, this system was added when they added 4G space in the game originally, and what one of the game designers did is they cut and paste a like a middle 40 system and put here, but they forgot to change the hostiles. So you can see you're getting 6,000. That's like a mid 40s uh, reputation. So it makes it pretty not I won't say easy, but it makes it not that difficult to come in here and I say do both because uh, you're not going to find any Romulan system that has you 3,100 in reputation, and you're just not. So you can go in here, and as you're doing that, you're gaining, Romulan reputation too. So once you get this one, you just stay in here and finish out your ROM, and then you got all all three if you do Klingon first, like I did. Or you could do both of these, then go back and do your Klingon because you're gonna have any Klingon uh, reputation once you're done with this. So that's exactly what I did. And then after that, I pretty well did all this, did the stuff in 40 space until I got then when I got to 50. But once you get in the 40s, you're gonna forget all of this. Once you get in the 40s, forget about faction space at all for reputation. You want to go into mirror space and I want to see what the lowest level of the mirror space one is. I think it's this one, Desica. See, Desica will have these transport systems that are going to give you more reputation than you are going to get anywhere. So you just start when you can go in here, hit one of these hostiles, Then when you power up, you go to the 50 system. But unfortunately, it's a big jump after that. You go 50 to 58. So you're probably going to be in these two systems for a while. And then you're going to graduate to this one, this one, and then finally that one. By the time you get up to that one, you're going to be up to where you can tri-lock everything out like where I'm at. Go to 51, go to 51 watt. PGM on the 50s. You're talking about over on these. I think there are some transports in. He's talking about this one. There are transports there. I've never went into those spaces, but there are. I think he's right. There are transports in these systems here, but these uncommon right here are higher than these here, but they're not as strong though. Yeah, he can go up into these right here, but these two systems right here, these two systems here are why I'm 70 now and not 66. Because they give you those sigma speed ups in it, but and I'm sure there's some kind of bonus in these that helps the lower players too. But I didn't go in here and start doing this until I was like up maybe 64 or so. I mean, I'd already had passed the op 68 um, milestone on the Klingons already when by the time I went up there. But I did all three of mine in these two spaces. I finished the Klingon up here, and I did my Fed from the 60 lockout to the deal, and this one from my Romulan from the billion lockout to completely locked out. But yeah, you want to use those, but once you get but sub 40, the best way to go into it is uh, going into that Ty Gregor system to for your Federation and your Romulan. Unfortunately, there are no systems like that Ty Gregor for Klingon and Romulan. There's not. But yeah, so you're wanting to, but getting going from 18 or where you're at, you want to focus on getting that ship where the first places you're going to want to be able to grind to start with, or these 20 systems. And let me find it. This one here will get you for your Romulan. This one for your Klingon, and uh, this one will be for your Federation. So that's what you're looking for. You need to get build you one of these what I call the research ship. Those ships that you unlock doing the research. Get one that's strong enough that you can go in here, and also what it'll do is unlock your dailies. Like let's I didn't do any of my combat ones, but for each one of the deal that you have positive reputation for, you're going to get a set of dailies. Some for mining, whatever level that you're on, and some for your uh, it'll tell you to hit so many hostiles. Mine's 70 because that's my ops level. But it'll start like at 20, I think, guys. Isn't that right? About 20 is where it starts. I'm at 40 hostiles. 40 hostiles. Okay. You mean like you have to do 40 a day of the regular kind? Because I know that they do give you right out of the gate. They give you just regular hostiles that you can do with any system for it to count. Okay, best Crenum Armada. Are you talking about for the formations? Or are you talking about for uh, the the ones that you those solo armadas you do yourself? Because it does make a difference. Okay, yeah, you can do any of those. I mean I don't know if the swarms count for the regular one. It might. I don't know. I never did the swarms. The swarms were something I skipped. I didn't think I didn't. They were not part of my game, so you're not. you're asking. You're asking the wrong person about the swarms. I never did them. The only time I ever did them was on Sunday, that where they to get con shards. That was the only time I ever did them. Okay, so I got that done. So, okay, for your Crenum crew, these are the this is how these are the setups I got. Uh, and they're mixed. They're not your normal setups. They're not ones I would. Let's see. I got them on here. Cren Crew 1. This is what I got on one of my ships right here. And most likely that was for one of my cubes when I was using. If I put it in one of my other ships, I would take Neelix out and put somebody else. But if you're not using a cube, let's take Neelix out of there. And I would take him out of there too. Because there are a lot of good choices now. We can go on lower deck. Um, Remember, they're not really armadas, or that's the big key. Because I put my best 2 armada crews and got smoked. Let's find now Demarco. I think I only have Demarco on deck on. Okay, let me go ahead and set the other ship up so I'm not pulling guys off the other ship. Okay, let's go. Okay, you know what, guy? Hold on. I'll do one. I'll do one right now. Let me go ahead. Let me pull this ship back. I can always restart it. And I'm almost done with it anyway. I'll show you how I do them, and then if you can take what you can use, because that's the thing about it. You've got to look at what your officers are like. My one of my officers might be tiered up so high it doesn't even it's not a factor for you, but you got to think out of the box because they don't classify them as because I would show you the crew that I would use if they were just standard armadas. Like if I was going to go up into do the Zindi stuff, I would just use my regular armadas. Uh, I would use. Well, I'll show you. Let's wait for it to get back because I need to do them anyway. The other day, the I was gonna do them, and my Sorrento's wasn't working up there. So what I do is I get both my support ships. Now for the 68 ones, the 68 are criminal, whatever. For those, I can do this without any support ships. But on these bad boys, if I want to do as many as I can possibly do on one of those buffs, then I need my Titan and Sorrentos. And I'm lucky because usually I do my Titan boost before, but for some reason I pulled my Sorrentos and it had like a negative cooldown number where I couldn't start it. And the problem is I want to do as many of these on one hull as I can because A, it's cheaper on me resource wise, and I get more bang for my buck. See, my Enterprise, because it's much weaker than my Krechna is, it's going to need more help up there than my Krechna is. My Krechna can almost take one out by itself if it's buffed. Because you'll notice the hull damage difference here in a second when I do them. But first, let's go see if this. Before that, I need to go take my Sorrentos and take it up there and see if it works. If it doesn't work, then I'll do one just to show you because I don't want to waste my resources on it. But other day, for some reason my Sorrentos was showing like a negative cooldown. Let's find that space. Here we go. There we go. So I'm going to take it in the 70 system. I'm just going to take it in the 70 system first. But I'm gonna do the 70s just so it gives me I want the most loot as possible because I don't want. I'll sit there and save up with a bunch of starts like I got right now, and I'll just do them one after the other. I'll speed it up, boom, 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 go through them. And I need more charged loot than I do the static, so we're gonna focus on the charged ones. I'm gonna do a few stacks just to keep my uh, keep it going in there for the pulls. But this seems like all the stuff that I want to purchase into the in that store is all charged credits. And I need to do some formations. I've been trying to get my buddy together. I only like to do it when he can do it, so he can share in the loot with me. And he's not online. I don't like doing it because number one, we can't do as high ones. When me and him both are online, we can go up there and do the 70s on the formations. But we can't if he's not on board. We do have another high 70 guy that will do it with us. So usually I'll give us a chance to carry all three, and just whoever can get in can get in. Does a Defiant help? I don't know if my Defiant could get there. But you could put your Defiant. I don't need it. That's the deal. I don't need it. But it's a good question to ask, and just for grins, I'll load the Defiant up and see if it'll reach that space. I don't know that it will, because my Sorrentos barely does. Let's see if it will. No. And that was our answer. It does reach up there. What's how far? How can it reach? Can it reach in the 68s? Nope. 66. Let's go in the 60, the 58. Can it do it? Nope. How about 62? Nope. 60. Yes, 60 as high as the Defiant can reach. Now I could put them start them all there and send them over and waste a little bit of time, but okay. So now we're gonna go put the Sorrentos. I might have to. Okay, I gotta have to have another ship in the system. Dang it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and fly my Krishna here and see if I can boost it. If I can boost it, then we're good. I forgot it's gotta be another system, another ship in the system with it. But I need both. I need the Sorrentos more for my Enterprise E than I do for my Krechna. Now they're telling me there's enemies here for me to want me to go hit some of them. They'll just have to wait. Uh, all right, let's see if it worked. See what was happening last time was when I pulled this number, um, it gave me instead of giving me this yellow deal right here, it gave me a negative cooldown number. Oh, he's saying he got hit in that system. I thought he was telling me that to go in that system and pop somebody. Okay, well that's okay, guys. Now the thing is, the do you like to do solo or it just depends. It depends on what loot I need. I do them all for loot. I don't. It's not. They're not something I like to do. I don't. I like the solo ones better because I don't have to make sure the other guy, the other people in the group have their crap together. Okay, so it looks like. Let's see. It looks like it's going to work. So let me pull it. I gotta pull. I'm gonna pull them both back. Or I guess I can leave it here because I've got to go back here and use for the key thing about these Krenom ones, and it doesn't matter what level your ship is, because if somehow you can survive not using one of these Exicons, your hull damage is going to be mega. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wait till it gets back though, because I only get 21 minutes, and that goes from the start from the station all the way up into the system, and it takes like 2 minutes for it to fly back and forth. Okay, so let's send my Titan up here because it doesn't need the boost. Um, and as soon as we get there, and I'm gonna do 3 Exacoms. One of them just because I get a bunch of them, and I'll use it just to use it, and I'll show you what I do there. So that way it'll give me the flexibility. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go charged, charged, static, charge, static. Because like I said, I need more of this loot than I do of that loot. So I like to pick a deal where we're like really close together, so I'm not flying all over the system using valuable time. Okay, so I'm almost back. And as soon as it gets back, I'll hit those Exacoms and we'll come right back up here. See, I was going to do this on stream the other night, and then, like I said, the Sorrentos was messed up for some reason. Okay. Okay, we're back. So I'm going to go combat. Just go charged. Then I'll use the multi one, do the same thing, take it all the way at the very bottom. Look for the static one. And you want to do this one first because sometimes it'll screw up and double whammy you there. And if you don't, if you did this one here that I'm going to use there, uh, then you'll end up not being able to do both. Okay, so we're going to fly both of these right here. So what I'm going to do, once they both get here, I'm going to max fortify. And then I'm going to get my Sorrentos. I'm going to pop my Enterprise E as soon as it gets in the system. Let's get my Sorrentos. As soon as it gets into the system, I'm going to hit it. This first one, I'm going to let time out till I can hit my Kretschner with the Sorrentos too. Then after that, it's going to be as quick as I can hit as quick as they get in, and I can hit the speed up. Okay, there's my Enterprise E. So I'm going to go ahead, pop it with the, okay, what? Oh, that was my Sorrento, that was my whatchamacallit, my Titan, not my Enterprise. I saw the Explorer symbol on it. I thought it had already got it in there, but it didn't. Okay. Oh shit! Did I put the right cruise in there? Yeah, I did. Okay. Or did I? We'll see here. I think I did. I think I still got my Crenum crew in there. I didn't change it. Crap. I was too worried about that and not. We'll see what it does. That Crenum crew is pretty powerful. I may have screwed up, guys. Oh, you know what? Heck, I've got a ton of those exos. I'll just restart it. Uh, I got a ton of those exos. I'm gonna restart it because I know I got the wrong crew in there. And what I'll do is I'll end up wasting my max fortify, and I don't want to waste it. I should have just did it to see what it would do. But I'll restart it. Or I think maybe I can get done with in 20. We'll see how much time we got left. 18 minutes. I'll go ahead and. But I've got to change the crew in this one. And I don't think I've finished putting the other lower deck officers in it. That's the one I'm more worried about because I barely. This Enterprise E has, like I said, needs the most help. All right, it's going to get there about 10 seconds before the other one, so I'm going to go ahead and load it and then send it back. Yeah, I just realized that when right was almost there that I didn't change the crew and then my Kretschner. Okay, as soon as it gets in there, we hit manage and we change crews. Okay, assign officers. Some of those are going to be in that crew, but not the same. Let's see, Kretsch. Okay, this is probably the more powerful crew of the bunch. You got Naismith, DeMarco, and Daj, and below I've got him. Just this stronger crew I can get in there. I might be able to do better than the Doctor because I set these up before we got these last set of officers. So I might be able to actually, okay, I'm gonna put Jocko down here. How about McCoy? Let's see what McCoy's on non or Armada. So yeah, we'll definitely put McCoy in here, and we're good to go. So let's go right back into the system, and we'll do as many as we can. Well, I definitely gonna have to watch this and not start one, but without having the charge. Let's see where we're at on this. So I got a good 15 minutes. I think I can do all I can do in 15. So we're gonna do the same thing. As soon as the Enterprise E gets in the system, I'm gonna pop it with this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and not use the central boost on the Kretschner because I'm gonna be crunched for time. I can't let that extra minute cool. I'll let the cooldown happen. Get it on the second round. But that's what I would do normally. I would sit there. I would hit the Enterprise E as soon as it gets with the Sorrento's boost, and then it'll get within the timer of this where I can hit the other ship. Come on, get in there. But like I said, the Enterprise E needs the most help. So that's if it would get in before the other one, then okay, I can go ahead and start it. Let's go ahead and start it. So I've got 6 of these I can do. Thought I had more, but I got 6. Okay, so now we're going to hit the Enterprise E with the Sorrento's boost. Now I'm going to go into my I'm going to max fortification. And then I'm going to do the other one on the Enterprise 2. That'll give me a... So now we're going to press... Is it in the... No, it's not in this deal yet. Get in there. Okay, so now they're both in. I'm going to hit speed up. So I'm going to hit 4 of the charged and 2 of the static. Join. Okay, now we go to Sorrento's. We'll have 8 seconds, and I can now hit my Kretschner with it. All right. Now I'm triple boosted on all 3 of those the rest of the way. Or both of those. Whoops. I meant to put speed up. Go here. I'm not going to... And I probably can actually just send those home. Now I'll leave them here just in case. Maybe I can do another boost. So now we're going to go do a static. We're going to do a static. That's what I'm going to do. Static, static, and then the rest too. And the other 2, the last 2, because I'll go boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's go speed up. Yeah, that I'm changing those crude at the bottom has helped I can tell from the damage. Putting those newer crew members in there is actually really helping the Enterprise E. Normally, I would have a lot more hull damage at this point. So I need to, what I'm going to do when we get back, after I save it, I'm going to save it over what I had there. See, where Scotty's going to help you, I think he has a wave defense uh, element to him. So you could probably use him as on one of your wave defense ships, or solo ones at least, where you need three good crews. Okay, now I can send these guys home. Okay, so we're done after this one. I was worried I wouldn't have enough time, but I thought I had maybe closer to 8 or 9 of these starts, actually. And let's look. I'm gonna need to go look into the DTI thing and make sure I don't have any more. It didn't reset because I thought I had more than that. Yeah, I've got the tokens. Okay, never mind. Nope. Okay, so we're good there. So now I've got now I go in here and I claim my loot. And it's going to be lump sided, of course, because the way I did it. So I've got that much there. And that much. So, it was a good run there. Let's go into refinery, see what's in here. Mirror universe. Oh, good deal. I don't like doing the full pulls because it wastes, but I'm trying to get enough to tear up my mirror crew girl. Okay. So that actually helped me in the battle pass event too. Okay, let's go into events. Well, so I've got one more tier of that, but I'm still not done with this one yet. And I don't have that much to go. It's almost, well, looks like, no, I guess I was wrong. I thought I had a whole, I was closer in that one, so I've got a little ways to go. Maybe I looked at this. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's okay. It's loot that I can use. It's not like some of these where there's I'm not. It's not like I'm gonna be able to use that loot because I am. Look, my other ships are. I'm gonna beat the other ones home, even though I sent a. But yeah, it it's kind of crazy that the Defiant can go up there because the Defiant would. I think the ability would actually work for you guys that are doing like under 60 or whatever, and you have it tiered out. You could probably use it, but the reason why I never even thought about it because I didn't think it would have the warp range because I had to actually do something to the Sorrentos, do some um, research on it to get it to get up there because before the highest I could take it was 66, and I would have to go put everybody here and then go into the 68 system. But I found out there was some research I hadn't done on the Sorrentos, and once I did it, I got me in there. Or I could have put, well, maybe I could have put Grush. I don't think even Grush would give me enough warp range for a Defiant, but it might. Let's put Grush in there and see for the rest of you guys who are doing it. Oh, I already got Grush in there. Oh, let's see where you can go without Grush. Oh my gosh, without Grush, that takes some warp range away. Yeah, I was mining with that slot earlier and was using Grush. Okay, so will it still go in the 60 system? Yes. Okay, it's still going in the 60 system. So if you're doing 60 or below, you could I would think that the Defiant, because its ability is supposed to be only for Armadas, but I've seen it work against buffing yourself against players. It does help, even though it's not really supposed to. And I've used it to help me against mission hostiles too. I went and triple buffed myself, and might have done it with Q's trials as well. And that's about the only time I ever used that ship, because when we on our server when we got the Defiant, it was pretty much an obsolete ship, because at least for me, because I already had two 42 ships and a 46 ship, and uh, I didn't need it to do solo armadas. It's like some people did, because I already had my Katinga and one of the other 42 ships, and I already had just I guess, was it the Kolinar? Is the Kolinar there? Which one is the neck? Yeah, I think it's the Kolinar. I had my Kolinar, and so I didn't need it, and I didn't think I needed it. But the guy that was was the admiral of the alliance I was in, he was harping how awesome ship it was, and so I bought it and I had instant regret afterwards. And I didn't do any, guys, I'll be honest with you, I didn't do anything with this until I was running out of stuff to do. And then I went ahead and started working on this again. Because I got to take it up to tier 8 or so, and I just left it in the hangar for the longest. But then didn't have anything stuff to upgrade, so I was using it for different stuff. But yeah, so it all depends on your. Okay, we'll let you look at the officers I had on below deck. Let's see if you can match those. If you can see, like, I don't know if that I would use the doctor now. Like, I did this when they first came out. I was scrambling, look, because I thought, let's see, let's go to the below deck and see who we can find to replace the doctor. Because the doctor's not going to help me below deck. It'll help me if it was like a standard thing where you can get extra loot using him, then he would be worth using. So let's look and see. I think Carol Marcus does have some kind of below deck ability. Okay. Now, see, it would be questionable whether she would work. It says non-Armada hostiles, but the the what did he call it? The developer guys, that was one of the things that they said. They're not classified. They're like uh, chimeras. They're not classified as armadas. So it's questionable whether he would work. Let's look at Quasi. Again, I don't know that it would work. She works on players. Seska. Here we go. Critical hit damage anytime you're fighting hostile. So she should work. So I'm going to put Seska down here instead. So let's go in here and save these. So I'm going to save. And I was real happy with the crew, and that's why I didn't mess with the crew in the Enterprise E, because it's the one that I had the hardest time taking hull damage. So I'm gonna go ahead and just discard. I'm gonna put, well, I'm not gonna do that before I save the one in the Enterprise E, because I might be pulling the officers off. I think I will be. So what I got down there, I've got E. Picard, Riker on one side, Lorca on the other side. I've got the Cat Doctor for defense. Um, Pick Hugh gives me the whole repair between rounds. You got more defense with Pella here, and I got more defense with this. So I'm stacked defense down here, and then I've got McCoy, and that's just because they were doing way a lot of damage to it. So it makes sense now why I wasn't taking the whole damage I used to be taking, because I mean, I've got the best whole defense you can probably put in the game in there. The only thing I could add to it is if I put no, I've got both the Cat Doctor and Pella down there, so I've got the three best defense officers in the game. Then I've got one that gives me whole health back at the end of each round, and then I've got Dr. McCoy here for the only offense below deck. Now, what I could probably do once I tier this up another tier, I could probably take one of these out and put in my Kretschna and put one of the more offensive oriented officers in here instead to balance it out a little bit. But like I said, I was taking major hull damage um, before, and you can see it did pretty well this last time by just my bridge using basically the offense came from my bridge crew and Dr. McCoy down here. So I didn't save it. Let's save. It looks like I had Troy on here before. Troy would actually not be a bad choice down on there. Like that's probably what I'll do once I'll either take one off of this crew and put on here, and maybe take. I still want to keep Jockum. He's the best defense. You can see he tiered up all the way. He gives me 500% against hostiles and players. And then I think next is the Cat Doctor at 180% isolated defense for one round. And then Pella. For a while before I guess it was the last Alliance tournaments, I got the Cat Doctor up to tier 4. Before that, Pella was better than her. At least she had more. I think she was like 80. She was below. Pella was a better defensive officer. I would have ranked him. I didn't have him, so we're not going to count him. So I would have ranked her ahead. But now I would rank him, her, and then her. But that gives you having that gives you an option of putting it. Like if you see what I do in my warships when I get my PvP crew, you look at what I do there. I got Jockum in my best ship, and I've got Pick Hugh in there as well. And then on my second best ship, I've got the Cat Doctor in there with all offense on there. And then the same thing with, do I have my little Kretsch? I got Pella in there. I got my mirror crew. I've got my Borg crew with Pella for defense. So basically, most of the time in PvP, I like to balance it. But stacking the defense on this last thing on this Krenon thing, because that's where I was. That was what's happened. It was my Krechna was, like I said, almost being able to take it out by itself. But the Enterprise E was taking a mega hull damage, and that kind of fixed that. So we learned something tonight. Let's see. Okay, I did save it. Let's make sure I did. Yes. Okay, that for that crew. And yes for that one. Okay, so now we can go back. We'll put my Chronom crew back on uh, on my Krechna. Here we go. And this is the way I got it set up. I got Janeway's the captain. I've got Section 31 to Giorgio on there, and I've got him on here. And he's giving me the isolytic barrier against, because both of these officers both these new augments are heavy on isolytic, and I've got 2 shred officers, which is her 100% against non-hostile, and then I've got him downstairs for it. The same thing. They both. And then I just got stronger. Now, you know what? I'm going to test something. I'm going to take Troy off of there now. As good as the doctor was on the last thing, I might put the doctor on here. let's look at just for grins, let's look at the battle log on this. We saw I pushed the wrong thing. We saw the effectiveness. Let's see what it actually does before we get busy doing something else. Before I forget to even look. So you see we got Naismith, DeMarco, Paris, McCoy, Brianna Torres, Dash, and Lorca. They all proc at the start. And the way those suckers work is they fire off shots before you even get your own. Krechna's percent. Now it says charge 100%. And you see how much of advantage those things have. Now you can see critical. I've got all these criticals, and now my other officers are proccing. Weapons charged. Then we're hull repair for my technology. And there Hugh repairs me 20%. Charges weapons 33%. Winning gamut, you're in head. So you're looking critical. Now mine's starting to tear into him. What round are we? Okay, it went 5 rounds, so we got one more to go. Basically, this crew is just critically doing critical damage. I don't know, I saw any that wasn't a critical hit. So this is pretty pretty punch, pretty hard punching there for it. Okay, so what is that? Oh, that was the one that my Enterprise E got hit. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and put my Enterprise E crew in here in case I need it. Okay, let's put, because I don't think I'm gonna use any of those officers in this one, and I didn't. Okay, let's look at my other ships. Okay, I have Grush in there, so I can put him back. I think that's who's in there. Okay, I've got what's his name in there. I need to put. Yeah, I'll leave him alone. I won't use him. Okay, so let's go back to the. Let's go into the 68 system. The reason I'm doing the 68 system instead of the 70 is the difference is on how many hostiles I can hit versus. And yes, I can hit some 70s and kill them, but you're talking like 8 hostiles versus 215. So you can guess which one gives you the most loot and most reputation or whatever. It's going to be the 215. But what I'm doing here to say, because after they did the adjustment on the loot on these to where you're getting all 4 of them in this system now, is my hull fills up way too fast. And around like hostile number 40 or so, I'll have a full uh, hull. So I'm only hitting 100 of them. And then I'm flying back, repairing, dumping my loot, and coming right back. Just because I don't want to leave that much loot on the table. And if I did it every 40, I'd be spending most of my time flying back and forth, and I don't want to do that. But I don't want to grind it all the way to 200 and lose all that loot. Now, the thing is, if the Reliant was a stronger ship, I could stick it up here, and it's got a big cargo hold. Um, where I usually put my Reliant is in. It's going to be in one of these 52, 54, or 56. I'm going to be somewhere in there usually because that's about where I have it. My Reliant is past it, I think. Nope. I mean, it's weak. I'm going to figure out where. There it is. Let's see. My Reliant is tier 7. At tier 7, this is about its strongest capability is right in this area here. Okay, now I got to get back to this one. I just got into the system. Okay, where's it at? Okay, so I'm going to hit it. So that kind of speeds it up sometimes. Now I got my message. Okay, there he is. So I'm going to go attack, recall. Okay. What the heck? What's going on here? Attack. Now it's going to jump like that. Did you see that? See, I tried to do it while ago and it just stopped. I was going to die. So now I know it's going to be glitchy up here. So now I'm gonna make sure I'm way far apart from it. I had time to do that, but it jumped faster than I don't think a speed crew would have hit it that fast. You use lat to repair, and you kill these augments for it. So what I did two with one stone. I took my Reliant up there and let it get close to the OPC level, then drawed it back and then repaired it because it's so cheap to repair. And basically, dude, all you gotta do is really just do enough for maybe a couple of minutes of hull damage, and that way you only have to spend a little bit of lat. There's no it's not like an like an SMS where you have to spend so much lat for it to work. You just have to spend any lat to repair it. So that's what I did is I went up and put my Reliant in space and let it hit about 20 hostiles and then pulled it back and then uh repaired it. So it scored it for both of those. Man, that's a joke there. What it just did. Because I pushed, I saw it moved. It moved like a slightly moved and it just stopped. But it looks like we got a bunch of hostiles we're gonna have to grind to get this um, con event done with. The mining one was brutal. I had to completely fill up my ship to get the last milestone. Because after I stop this, we'll look at that. I'm going to leave that thing alone. My luck on hitting on the loot bonus ship is not good. It's well below 50%. Okay, there he is up there. Okay, attack, recall, and stop. So what my understand is why it kept moving, is it it goes to where you would engage with it if you hadn't put the uh, warp out. Okay, so we got that. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna load it up with our artifact, and now if you have problems hitting these, you do not want to you don't want to go against the battle triangle. Like if I had problems taking major hull damage doing this, I'd only be hitting these battleships. But they don't spawn fast enough in here. So it leaves you. So the ones that's going to cause me the most hull damage being an interceptor is going to be the explorers. So I want to try to avoid the explorers if I can, even with this ship. So okay, so in the events today for the con events, we have I think four. The shuttle or way mission one. That one's easy to do. All you got to do is the traits. The mining one, that was a brutal one. Like I said, I had to mine like 2.8 million to get the last milestone. And this one was really easy. I had this one done before 12 o'clock because, because of Mining Monday, we're at war with a bunch of alliances. So I went out just cleaning the trash and finished that up really quick. Uh, so basically, all the one I have left is the augment one. And the good thing about if you wait and do it like I did, I can use the augment one to clear multiple events. I can use it for the hostile hunt. There's one in here for the Reliant, which I'm almost done with. There's one for the secret event is also augment. And of course you got the one I'm working on now, the con event. So basically you're scoring in 4 different uh, events with doing these today. And that's the good thing about it when you can multi-score. It makes it a lot easier. But this the milestone on this one's rough, man. I know it's meant to last multiple days, so there's not many. I'm sure there's some, but there's not going to be a lot of people are going to be able to finish some of these in one day. Okay, I was trying to see what. Yeah, that's not too smart to be unshielded during war time. Even I shield when I'm offline. Is it stuck again? No, there it goes. There's one I can hit when that clears. And that lag is something. I want to queue when next one I can queue up. I'm going to queue it up and then I'm going to get something to drink. Okay. Give me some time. Okay. Yeah, what I got me today, I got some. There's a Simply Orange. You've probably seen the advertisement. They also make other juice products, and what now I'm drinking Simply Strawberry, and I'm using some Borden's sweetened condensed milk and mixed it in with it to kind of make. There used to be a place called Orange Julius that made these Orange Julius drinks. Was they had made Orange Julius, Strawberry Julius. Back when they had their own standalone things, they would do a pineapple Julius that was simply incredible. And but they also did a strawberry Julius, and this is the closest that I've been able to reproduce it is using this juice, this simply strawberry, and putting some Borden's condensed sweetened milk in it, and it tastes really, really good. But yeah, I miss one. I miss the standalone ones because they had the best chili dogs I ever ate. Not only with the because I used to get me a strawberry Julius and I would get me an orange Julius to go. Oh man, you're missing out if you didn't like. But they did have other. They had different other fruit drinks besides orange. But I loved them all. There wasn't a bad. I didn't really care for the raspberry Julius, but the strawberry, the pineapple, and the orange. I loved all three of those. Yeah, there's no orange Julius places out there. There was a while that Dairy Queen was carrying it here locally, and they stopped selling it. Yeah, I went to a Dairy Queen. It had this little East Texas town where they had the Dairy Queen where I would go to. Um, I sat in a really long line just for them to tell me that they don't sell it no more, and that was a sad day. And there was a time where when my mother was really, really, really sick. Um, there was a time where that was all she could put down with those orange Julius's. Okay, I got all those done. I would take her to her in the hospital. I'd have to drive all the way to a town that's kind of north of Dallas called Louisville because it was the only. That's before they started selling them at Dairy Queen. That was the only one in Dallas for a while. Was at the mall uh, that they had over in Louisville, and she was doing some chemo, and that was the only thing she could keep down was the orange Julius. Chocolate bananas on a hot dog stick. Yeah, I've seen those too. But man, I don't know. I don't know why, but their chili dogs are like the best I ever ate. I don't know if it was just the chili that they were using or what, but they used to be a state fair thing out here originally. That was the only time you could get them was at the state fair when I was a kid, and then they started popping up at the mall about I guess in the late '80s here, and they were in the mall up until maybe the early 2000s here, and then they left Texas. They weren't in Texas anymore, and then I guess around like '05 or so, they started selling at Dairy Queen for about 5 or 6 years, and then they were gone forever. But I can guarantee they didn't stop selling them because I didn't buy enough of them. Because man, every time I went to that little East Texas town to fish, that was one thing I went and bought. I bought me a Dairy Queen hamburger and a Orange Julius. I used to go every weekend at that. When I was fishing a lot, I used to go fish at Lake Fork every weekend, and that they have a Dairy Queen in Emory is the first real bigger town that's close to Lake Fork, and I would pick up Orange Julius every time. Yeah, I got my boat at Lake Fork right now. There's a guy that's gonna die. He just don't know it yet. Let's see if he's stupid enough to stay in here. I should hit him with this one, but no, he's gonna bail. All right, this time we gotta make sure we make this thing return. Okay, we're gonna recall it. I should have popped him with a crush knife. I just didn't want. I didn't want to put any extra hull damage on my ship because he would have not caused any hull damage on the Enterprise E. But my family has a house for sale now. I wish I had the money to buy it. I mean, I used to go out there every weekend, but ever since I got COVID, um, I have good days and bad days as far as fatigue goes. And I just found out they're gonna have a Tuesday night tournament, which I think I'm gonna start fishing. I couldn't get it together. I found out about last night, so I couldn't get a partner together for tonight, or I'd be on the lake right now. Are you in the Dallas area? So am I. I live in Dallas too. Like I was telling the guys in the channel, I don't know if it was last stream, might have been the stream before last. This is not my first YouTube channel. That I once had a channel that was firearms based called Southern Boy Packing Heat, and then I had a fishing channel called Fork Lunker Man. But they're no longer on YouTube. Not I had like this real aggressive scammer that was going after all my social media and found most of my emails. So I what I ended up doing this one the email associated with my YouTube channel and I guess my Twitch too. I guess because they're both the same email address. They weren't affected, so I didn't kill those. But I had to kill all the other ones. And what I ended up doing is I kept this email address and I made two others. One for my financial stuff and one just a general one. And that's what I'm using now. But I had at least 8 email addresses before and I killed all of them except for this one and started over again. And unfortunately, the way that Google has everything set up through your email address on YouTube, I had to kill those channels completely, even though I wasn't doing anything on them in a long time. But if I ever do get to the point where I feel like fishing on a regular basis and do some videotaping, I will actually put it on this channel. I'm not going to go to the point making uh, multiple channels. What I'll end up doing is I'll put what is it called on there? The playlist. I'll put a playlist with fishing stuff on it, and then I'll have maybe I've been wanting to go back to the shooting range for a while, so I may even go and do that because I had some really good instructional videos from on my firearms channel because I did some training uh, with some Navy SEALs. I did some trainings with some recon Marines and some Army Ranger guys. I actually, uh, I don't know if anybody, I know you've heard the movie, but one of the guys that was the actual Delta guys that was in the Little Bird helicopter um, going after those guys. Uh, I actually know him. A guy named Paul Howe. I went to his facility and did some training with him on there. And but the reason why I stopped doing that is I got injured at work. Um, I had a clutch on an automatic valve slipped when I was trying to get it unstuck, and when it did, it nearly pulled my shoulder out of socket and gave me real bad tendonitis in my shooting hand. So basically, if I went to the range and popped off a couple of magazines, then I wouldn't be able to feel my hand, and I wouldn't be able to write my name the next day. That's how bad it was. It seems like it's a lot better now, so I've been wanting to go back to the range and basically start over because one thing that shooting is a perishable skill. I'm not going to nowhere never not be anywhere close to where I was when I last shot out there regularly. I mean, I know the mechanics. It won't take me long to get back close to where I was, but I was shooting on a high level. I had multiple military guys tell me that I was one of the better civilian shooters that they've ever trained. Um, and I had a couple guys saying if they were ever in a firefight, they wanted a civilian. I, they would I would be one that they would want with them, because. But I took a lot of training. What happened was I was at work, and the water plant that I worked at was in a high crime area, and we had some guy come in our building one night, and it took the Dallas Police Department over 30 minutes to respond. So that was the last day I didn't go to that job carrying. Even though it would have got me fired if they had found out I was carrying, but I didn't care. I was out there all night by myself, me and another guy. And but what was funny about that? So this guy comes in our building, and there was like this over where that area is. There's a bunch of strip clubs, and this guy had gotten in an argument with a guy with a strip club. So this genius decides, well, I'm going to run from this guy, but I'm going to go over a place where I got to crawl over razor wire and go into a building that you. So we had like security and cameras and everything, and but we didn't really know what kind of lag that they actually really had until that experience, because I get an alarm on the system and I'm looking through the cameras trying to see what tripped it and couldn't see anything. So I was about ready to call the guy that works in the back of the plant, and he's coming towards me fast as he can run, not running, but walking about as fast as he can possibly walk. And I go, "Hey man, did you see anything?" He goes, "Yeah, there's a guy in the building." And I go, "What?" He goes, "There's a guy in the building." I said, "Well, did you call 911?" And he goes, "No." I said, "Well, call 911." And I walked that way and I saw him, and I reached in I had a members only jacket that I wore forever. It was actually like it was a San Antonio Spurs jacket, but I took the San Antonio Spurs emblem off of it and used to wear it. I wore it forever. And the hell, I might have wore it since the 80s. And uh, I guess it was right when the Mavericks got here, because Mavericks were still using that ugly green color for their all their stuff. That real bright green that they used to use. And who'd want a jacket with that color? You know what I'm saying? And I won it from one of the radio stations here in town. They gave me free tickets to the Mavericks and money for the gift shop, and I ended up buying that Spurs jacket and taking the logo off of it. And no, they didn't make us wear a jacket like that. Where we did have a uniform we wore, but I always wore my own jackets. And so I put my hand in my pocket like I had a gun, and he ducks behind a pillar. And about that time, the fire department beats the cops out there. And then he comes, "Oh, the fire department's here. I'm going to let them in." So you let them in, but tell them the cops hadn't showed up yet. And so he goes out there and he tells them, and they leave, of course, because they're not going to deal with something they have no idea what the situation is. But my friend had told the guy that I worked with, had told the dispatch that the guy was bleeding, because he got cut going over the fence. And uh, so when the fire department comes in, he hears the sirens. He goes out one of the side doors and he runs for this lagoon that we have out there to dump all the uh, backwash water from our filters. And he goes that way, and man, then then when the cops got there about 15 minutes later, uh, we had like a massive response. Then uh, they brought the helicopter out there and they finally found him. Uh, what he did is he went to the back where that lagoon was, and he used that loose dirt and he slid under the gate, because I guess he figured out that was a stupid idea going over the gate. So he goes underneath and he's running in the creek area, and they go and they catch him, and he goes to jail, of course. But the cops had told me reason why came over there is because he'd gotten a fight over at that strip bar that was down the street, and he was looking for some place to hide. But that whole experience made me say, man, I don't care if they fire me, if they find out I have a gun. I used to carry. Let's see. I used to carry a Sig 229, and I actually still have that pistol. I have that in a Sig 365. I've had all kinds of other ones. When back in the day, I'd buy a pistol or a rifle and review it for the show. I'd keep it sometimes. Sometimes I would go to the gun show and trade it. But to me, the two best handguns that are on the market, um, is one of the Sig three, either Sig three. I'll call it in the same series, the 365 series, or the P 32 series. And also H&K makes a great pistol, the VP9. But I'm left-handed, and the way that they put the uh, the magazine release is not in a good place for a left-handed person. But like I said, I'll if I get a chance, I may go into. I mean, I still got targets. I still got tons of stuff that one. I just don't have a membership to the range anymore, and I got to see if it would be. I remember like a single shooting session was pretty expensive compared to what I used to have. I've got 101 now, so I'm gonna go ahead and clear this out, send it back, and dump my loot and come right back. Okay, I might be done with it now. Let's see. Let's see what the because there's a bunch of lag going on, so I could be done with it. And let's see. Do I have one more? Nope. I got one more. Dang, that is a big. Those milestones are brutal, but it's not like I can't use the loot though. 5,000. That should give me enough to do a mission. Let's go ahead and see. While that one's flying back, I'll use my Enterprise E. Now, you can't go by what I'm doing here because my ship compared to see, I could do the Nightmare, I could do the Warlord, though I'm gonna do the Warlord because it takes a lot for me to take that Nightmare down, and the loot differential is not worth the exchange on that. So I'm going to do the Warlord. Now, if I was going to actually do these for real, and I had a problem killing them, I'll show you the crew that I would use. I'm not going to use that crew because I don't need it. But let's go. Where's it at? It took me on the wrong. So I'm going to get 4,000 of the insignias. Let's see. I'm going to see which do I am I got. I'm going to see if I'm using any of those officers. This is the one I use for the Nightmare crew, so it's going to work for any of these. Yeah, I've got some of these guys on that ship. I'll go ahead and wait till it gets back, and I'll crew it. So we got 41 seconds. Now the let's look at the hostile so you can see what you. This is what it has: apex barrier, and it also has isolic damage. It just has a lot less than the Nightmare crew. But I could even use my PV crew strong enough to take it out. But that would be a poor thing to show you guys on the deal because if you're like right at the level for those, that crew is not going to work for you. Okay, I'll show you one that will. All right. You're going to go old school. I'm going to put Lorca as a captain. I got Ty on the side, or Tau. I got Tau on the side, and regular Giorgio. I got Section 31 Giorgio below deck, Giacomo, Hugh, Tindy, Mariner, and Hugh. Pick Hugh right here. So I've got dual Hughes, dual Giorgios, but This is the crew I use to take the nightmare version of this out. So it's like I said, so it'll work on your level. And what you get from it is these insignias. And these insignias pretty well fuel the second part of the loop. And you can either use it to find it. You can use it to unlock con. You see, I got that'll give me probably 16 pulls altogether with the loot I just got. And that'll help you unlock con. It also gives you this affinity, which then you can also go over here and use it for him. You can use this affinity to unlock him. And also, I think you get a daily pull of it too, but I don't need it. I already got him tiered out, and I've got my reputation maxed out, so that's not, I'm not going to waste any whatever loot I got to spend to do it. But I do got some pulls for DeMarco. Let's go ahead and get those. That was from that pull I made earlier today. And okay. So, but what I'm going to use this for now that I've finished jocking them up and I already got con, I'm not going to use that on that. What I'm going to use it the second way you can use these things in the research. And you've got one key research right here is this apex shred. This might be one of the this might be one of the more valuable researches in this tree. And you can, I think the very first two levels unlocks with the same loot the rest of them do. But then on, you've got to use this apex shred. I mean, you got to use these insignias. Another good thing that's in here using the insignias is also these priority favors. And there's some good stuff in that chest. You can see I've got mine tiered up about halfway. And to the point right now, it's a tough call when I get enough to unlock one or the other. Which one do I actually want to do next? I'm probably leaning towards this one though. Because now when I was trying to get McCoy and Scotty tiered up because it uses these the same loot as this stuff. Not the well, not going to do that one. Where's it at? It uses this same stuff right here. These Pioneer Crest. Now you get a like where I got mine right now. At 5, where's it at? At 5, I get 1,200 every pull every day of the quest. So I did skip a couple pulls from here and do this to get this up to 5. And you got some isolytic defense. I mean, some isolytic research in here too. But unfortunately, it only works on hostile and armadas, not on players. So it's one that I'll do, but it's not the highest priority. The same thing, these work on hostiles or armadas. But these, you can see I've got all these at either 8 or 9. These all boost your officers and your ships. Those are high priority ones for me as well. I would have these done if those officers didn't take the same stuff, this right here, to upgrade. They kind of did the same thing with the like the mirror officers, where you've got to have the Trillium D to upgrade on as well. This, like some of them, you have to have Federation credits and this. I think it was Carol Marcus's that way. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. Like I said, I use them for the. That's my really my primary thing that I'm doing the augments for now because I've got tons of loot. And what is that? Must have had one more. What's in here? That was slow and updating it. So so you need to get uh, on whatever level that you could hit. And I started from the very bottom and worked my way up. I didn't assume that I could do the biggest ones. So so you get mission. They're on different levels. A cadet, 6,000 of the loot that I pulled from hitting the hostiles, those from the drops, as it comes from the drops. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, and 10. Look up here and see if there's any more of these that can be pulled. No. Let me look down here and see if there's any of these favors. Oh, no. God. These are all efficiency stuff. This will be one I'm thinking about doing. Promote. I wonder which rarity is that, and how much. I'm gonna look to see if I can find one that I can't pull. It's too high. Let's see how much of it I got. Okay, let's go. I can look up here. It looks like it's. Yeah, I'll just hit it. I need to do this one next. I think that was the same stuff I just pushed. Sigma stay. This is one if I was still building stuff on my station, I would this one I would have hit hard. But right now that it doesn't really. You can see I've already done a few of these for the ship parts because they're so hard to come by. So you got a lot of stuff in that actual faction that's really good, but you got some hard choices on. Why is it? I know I didn't put. Why did it put that one on there? Yeah, it still had that on there. All right, let's put my crew back. There we go. Oh, I must have had a little bit of damage. Discard. I got to go fix that ship first. I got a tiny bit of hull damage on here. All right, let's put the augment crew back in here and go back up in space. I'll fix the other one while it's flying up there. See if we can finish that out. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and put her. Okay, I got mine. That one's okay, and then change. Oh, I put the mirror crew on there instead of the battleship crew. There we go. Yeah, I did have that. My this ship was lower than this one at one time. Now this was my number 4 ship. It won't be there that long though, but it is right now though. I gotta switch ships. I don't think I've moved anybody off of this one. Maybe. Yeah, we can put the switches. Do a straight switch. All right. We're gonna be really close. Let's see. I need to see what we got in the battle pass today. I'll do this. Stop the hostile, then we'll go back and look. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop that one to kind of make it. I don't know why it does it, but sometimes it'll expedite the start of the. We'll look for it. There it goes. Let's find it. Most of the time it pops up top, but not always. There it is on the side. Okay, we're gonna put a little bit of distance between us in case it glitches again like it did before. Okay, let's see what we got in the battle pass. Well, good choice tokens. I one thing you need next time, if they do the, I think they're going to keep this choice token thing because it's been really popular, and it's actually really helped me too. That was another factor I think that helped me get to 70 as fast as I could because I could pick and choose what mats I could get off of that. And you don't think it really matters? Yes, it does because you're like right now. This will probably put me over if I'm not where I need to be for my crystal. This will put me over the top. But what I did with that from the very start of the arc, I didn't redeem any of those. I waited for the Alliance tournament, and when you got those tasks that were asked you to acquire 6G materials, I used it to redeem it. And I was able to do four of those off of it. And of course, you can also, to help you with those, you can also hold on to these tokens in the Continuum, which I'm going to pull right now. And you can also get tokens here. So I would wait. I would pull one. Say if I would wait to pull one of these pulls after I got my task, and it would come up here and pop back, get whatever it gives me, and then I would go up to the event store, and then would go into, where is it at? Choice rewards, say crystal. I'd pull this crystal, and it gives me, where's the 6-star one at? It gives me 1,400. So I think that what you had to do 2,600. So really, two pulls got you the 10,000 task. So that's something to keep in mind next time when the alliance tournaments comes along. You can go in here and use these tokens to help you get a 10,000 point task. And I did that I think I did the last three as I held on to those tokens. Because I think I did it once and I had enough to do one. I go, man, I should have saved. I think I pulled one during like the token like I did just now during the tournament. And they go, dude, I should have saved all those. That's an easy 10,000 right there. So I did that the next two, and it worked great. Like I said, I finished four of those 10,000 point tasks doing that. What I had saved. But you've got to use them within the arc because they don't roll over. That's the only kicker. You can't say, oh well, I'm gonna save these till next time. It won't work that way. And I'll show you another thing to do too. Now, I know that some of you guys that are actively upgrading the NX01, this is probably, or you've got a bunch of the X-Borg stuff that you need to finish. Now, I know this probably won't apply to you, but if you're like me and you've got your NX01 completely finished, you got the majority of all the stuff that you want in this X-Borg favors done, what you can do is you go into the refinery. Where is it at? Right here. Every day when you make this pull, on this one you get tokens. As you can see, I've got 16 of those tokens left. Some of them was left over from the event. He's still left over from the alliance tournaments. I won't spend these. I'll let them pile up and wait for the next alliance tournaments because there is a thing where you have to acquire. I think it's 6,000 uncommon. Now these don't have uncommons in them, so you can pull those to your heart's desire. But these do. You got one for 540. That's a unicorn. I've maybe hit that a few times ever. You get these occasionally, but most of the time you get this pool. So you can do the math how many you need to do that. Or you can just use the safe. The safe pool, you're going to get it every time, 390 of it. But that is a way you can get those 10,000 tasks for free. But that's a little bit tougher. If you still got a bunch of research you need to do in this X Borg right here, that's asking a lot not to spend any of this stuff just for the Alliance tournament. And that's one that you just won't be able to do. Like some of these in here that the credits and stuff, um, you can earn through other ways besides making those pulls. And this is a good way not to do some of these loops, like the common ones. I mean, you can get those by just doing your freebooters every day, and those will unlock stuff like this Meridian. See, now I never have to mine that anymore. Same thing with your Stella loop. You people are doing the Stella loop, you never have to do it again. You can come in here and pull these, and you're done with it because you get these stellar particles, which is more than a. You do this 7 pull here. That's going to be way more than you can ever scrap one for, and then you get all this ton of reputation too. So that makes that whole loop obsolete. Same thing with the mantis, about going in there and hitting those things. You can come in here, use these 2800. I mean, you can't do them every day if you're trying to do all of them. You pick one of them, hit it, or two of them. I was doing two of them at a time. Um, and you do it like, see, now I just pretty much just use it on the Meridian one. And every occasionally, if my mantis thing gets low, I'll pop that one too. But I don't, the only pull I'm making out of the mantis right now is the research, because I don't have all the research done on the mantis, believe it or not. But I can't use all these are tiered out. I actually used this was a big help on getting these done. The mantis loop. Um, like my Syndicate XP's maxed out, so that'd be a waste to use it on it. And I don't need parts anymore because my mantis is tiered out. But there are a lot of things on there. You can close some of these older loops in the game by using the X Borg. Now there was some talk about in one of the recent Q&As that they're going to expand the freebooters thing, and my guess is going to be we're going to have some new stuff in there to redeem to close some of the other loops, some of the older loops. I'm hoping the Gorn loop is in there for sure. I would love it if the Gorn loop was the next one that they retired. What's safe? Safe for what? Now, some of you newer guys, one thing I will tell you that I think it's a trap for lower players is the Apex or the Stella loop. Now, I'm going to tell you something you're not going to like about it. The safe choices, yeah, the safe choice gives you a guaranteed pull every time, but you get a lower amount. I'll go back to that again and go back into that. So you get every day when you do when this one pops, you get X amount of tokens. I've got it. You got the max bonus award, so I get 3 tokens every day. If I wanted to go in here and use them, I could use all three here, two here, and one there, or whatever combination I want to use, all three. Um, the safe opportunity gives you this amount of loot every time. Heck, I'll redeem one to show you. You get this every time you pull, no matter what. Now the risky one, you're gambling. You could get. I've got triple stake eyes before where I got 5, 5, 5, 5. But then again, you every once in a while you got a chance to get the big one, and I've hit those. Like, they're rare, but it happens. Let's see what happens here. See, I got mid pull, low pull. So that you can gamble, or you can just go straight up on it. And what I did, like I said, what I did is I saved these up for the Alliance tournament. And like I said, you got to get 6,000 of the uncommon. That's what the task asks for it. So I gambled that I would get it quicker going through here than doing the safe. And that's just personal choice, on that. But if you see that you're on a bad run, then forget it. Go for the safe. If I ended up getting like low pull every 3 times in a row, I think I'm going safe the rest of the way. But but you can do that. You do that many pulls till you get equals 6,000 uncommon, and that gives you a free. And what's good about the 10,000 ones, you actually get loot for that store. You don't have to wait to the very end to get whatever your alliance gets. Um, that helped. Like I said, that one helped me get the cat doctor to tier 4. It also helped me get those harder to source lower deck officers too. But I think the next time around, I'm going to use them all on Mirror Picard. And that's what I did. I used Mirror Picard. I think it was Ransom and Ransom. I got the enough for upgrade that artifact, and I got those Prime Valor Prime uh, materials. That's what I got with my Alliance tournament loot this last time. Yeah, I mean it's a choice. That's why they call it choice. If you don't want to do the risky ones, I don't blame you. If you don't, if you think your luck's bad, you're not going to get the big one. But when you get the big one, man, the big one's a monstrous pull. But you don't have to do the risky one. I'm not saying you do, but it helps sometimes. I said, who's in here with me? Who's this? I don't know why they bring the cube's not really strong enough for these. I mean, you can do them. It's more like I was telling you, I can do the 70s, but these guys would be better off going down to the 66s. They would get a lot more loot. They would get more drops. Because I mean, to me right now, it's all more about the drops than it is the loot I'm getting in here. I want to get as many drops as I can on a whole. Let's see. Let's go here. See, I don't know. I don't know if the blast does much to these. Let's see what it does for him. Let's see much. Oh, he's blasting them and then hitting them. Okay, I see what he's doing. If he keeps hitting these battleships, I'm gonna have a problem. He needs to do the explorers. The explorers are the ones that on his triangle. But yeah, this last milestone is gonna be horrible. I'm probably gonna get enough. I'm probably gonna get enough loot to do one of those researches, even though it looks like it would take me a couple days to do it. But I'm probably gonna be up here. I'll let him have that loot goblin if he wants it. I don't. Because my luck is not that good with them. Because what they do, they got the same thing as the other one, but they're just not. And then this one here, 30% chance it'll destabilize your warp core and destroy you instantly. To me, it's over 50%. What's weird about it, I would hit five in a row and not get hit, but then I get hit, then I get destroyed like three times in a row. What crew do you use? Are you running if you don't have the right? I would use the same crews I would use in the line because they're the one that I'm using right now. I'm using the line. I wouldn't be able to use all the lower deck officers I got because it doesn't hold. But I would use the exact same crew that I'm using in here. I don't know if that we can see it, but that's my bridge crew right there. Where's that loot crew? Is that loot goblin still up? I'll take a shot at it and see if it kills me. If it goes, we'll go back down. I'll show you the crew that I'm using. It's going to fill me up with loot probably past what I got left. If I win or lose, I'm going down. It's going to fill my hole up if I don't die. And I died. Okay. So you seen I've done it twice on stream and both times died. That doesn't seem like that's the odds are okay. This is the crew that I'm using right now. Um, I think I would put the Dr. McCoy in her place right now. But I'll show you why I got them. We got Vielle, she critical hit. She's just an awesome lower PVE officer below deck. I got him for the shred because those have apex barrier. Um, she's got the isolytic cascade damage 40%. McCoy 600% dodge shield, and that's always good in an interceptor. And then you also got a 70% chance for critical hit rounds. Okay, so and Brianna's good for pretty much almost anything. Um, whether you're hitting hostiles or armada, you want You definitely want her. And she matches with with what you want to do for an interceptor anyway. So we'll go right on back up here. Yeah, I had a feeling I was gonna die. That's why I said even so, I'd have had a full cargo hold. I could come back to show you these. Anyway, uh, yeah, that's the worst 30% chance odds of dying that I ever seen. It's almost like playing Russian roulette with 5 bullets in it. Yeah, but it really sucks if you try to take one out and you're close to finishing the event and you die. That I can laugh about it now because I know I'm not that as big as that milestone is. I'm not. I'm probably not even halfway there, so I don't feel that bad about it. All right, let's see where we're at, just for grins. Okay. Yeah, I'm about not quite 3/4 of the way there. Now I would equip my line if I'm the same way, but I'd probably have to make it harder choices on the lower deck officers though because I couldn't put as many in there. Yeah, he, he was an officer when during the arc. Um, I I actually did well in the um, leaderboard events. I think I won one and came in second in the second one. And I wasn't really trying, which I'm now hindsight when I see how good an officer with that he is, far as working below deck with the apex shred, and also he works with the mirror verse guys. Um, I think I would have tried to win one of those extra one of those other days, so I could be closer to having him to tiered out. Okay, let's find. I think I would have went harder. Now, let's see. Is the second time going to be a charm? Let's see who this is. Okay, I got him. So one out of three, guys. But the loot gain is tremendous on those when you do get it, though. Now I've got to look for the chaser. There he is, right there. Man, that stopped him quick. Almost. Oh, see where he jumped? Oh my gosh. He jumped. He was right here. Then he jumped right there. Ooh, gosh, I'm glad I put that space between us. This thing is glitching, man. Yeah, I wish the pulls in some of these were better than what they are. Man, now I wish there was a that they would do away with the chance part of it, where if you have loot and you earned it, you should be able to go pull the officer that you actually want and not have a chance at getting Gwen DeMarco in one of the pools or whatever, that you could actually just go in and pick the one that you wanted. But they would sell a lot less of. I don't know. They might actually sell more of like those ultra tokens or whatever if you could actually use them to get the officers that you wanted. But I'll tell you the ones that I absolutely hated. I hated the mechanic they were using a while, like the ones that they did for what's her name, Carol Freeman, where you had to buy $100 pack. You got like 10 Freeman shards, and then you got some loot that had a chance to get her in there. Most of the time, you could get 20 shards, but through the pulls. But if you were really unlucky, you wouldn't. I mean, like they've got to make it to like when they do another one like that, where you're going to get at least one shard of the officer that you're actually buying the package for, and not have a chance where you draw snake eyes and you get a whole bunch of other officers and not her. And it happens. It's not something that doesn't happen. It's something that happened to everybody. That I basically on those type of ones that they did for that. I think they did that for uh Wyung too. They did the same type of thing for him when he came out. I don't know if it was Galt or Wyung was the first one, but basically what I did is just I unlocked them during the leaderboard event and uh had to earn them another way, because I think I bought one pack of one of those, and it was so not worth it, so I decided not to do it again, and I didn't. But luckily, they put them in different places where you could actually pull. Now, Lan, and it worked good for me because the Katinga was my main ship at the time. Now, Lan, I had her to tier 4 before the arc was over with, because I won all three leaderboard events, and then they had like a side one, and that was before anybody on my server realized how good the strike team was going to be. Or I don't think there's guys that are bigger spenders than me. They just didn't realize how good Lan was going to be, because everybody thought that Una was going to be the main officer there, because she was the main officer in the show. That was kind of a screw up that they made the content creators, or not. When I say content creator, I'm not talking about the YouTube people. I'm talking about the actual people who made the game. That was a mistake that they made, because when they put the Strange New World characters, the series hadn't aired yet. I think they got. I think the people who are doing the arc together got to see like the first 3 episodes or something like that, but uh, they hadn't seen the deal. But it was kind of stupid, Um, like Una's like the second in command for the Enterprise. Why wouldn't she be the captain? You know, so that was like a misunderstanding that people went hard because you could. Um, I think she was in. She was in. They had another way of obtaining her, besides the leaderboard event, and that was where everybody was. That's where everybody was going hard at, and I go hard for Leanne because I read what her ability was on the launch, and I said, "Well, she looks like she's better than one that." They go, "Oh no, 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 Una's going to be the captain." And I go, "No, I don't think so, man." And so I went hard on Leanne and also went for Una too, but um, I teared up Una a lot quicker than I did. Still haven't teared out Leanne, but I've had Una teared out for a long time. And but yeah, I was probably the only person on my on our on my server that had Leanne over tier 3. I bet most of them didn't have her over tier 2. What are these guys doing? I guess he's up here trying to. I think he's trying to get the loot. Why would he send both cubes up here? That's kind of weird. Okay, let's see what they're saying here. I don't see any enemy guys in here. What are they talking about? All right, let's look at the other one. Oh, that's dark space. All right, we'll just go ahead and send our Enterprise E and see what's going on here. Yeah, I mean they're all three of those. I Ortegas is the weakest of the three, and I actually, if I didn't need help in my Enterprise E, um, Shanks would be on the side with uh, with that crew instead of Ortegas. But Ortegas is the weakest of the three of those officers. Like if you look at what I got right here, I've got all three of them on here, but what my Enterprise E gets back. See, this is my number 3 ship, so it's not gonna get the love that the second one gets. If it did, I would have a different lower deck too than what I got right there. If this was my main ship, it would look a lot different than what you're seeing there. And this one, in the cube, I was using it before for my other ones. In the cube, I would use, uh, let's see, it's back. It should be back by now. Let's go ahead and see if we can. Let's go group. So I would put him here instead of her, number 1. And let's go lower deck. Man, there's a lot of options lower deck I could put instead of. I would take her and her off and put in an actual PvP officer. But when you're talking, trying to equip, because this was my 4th ship, and I think it still reflects that from the lower deck. But um, trying to think who would I replace. He's going to be on my number 1 ship, so that's not an option. Um, I thought some of those newer officers had some burning lower deck stuff on there. I think Zeb's all PVE. Yeah. There's one. There is somebody that's lower deck. I don't know if it was it the I'd probably put one of the defensive officers in there in the place of Grush right there, and put Odo. Odo would be decent right there. In fact, if I need to redo my ship, if I don't have him in another place, I think I probably need to take Grush out there and put Odo there. But I may have him on another ship though that I don't have my crew yet. I don't have them all crewed, but make sure I put him back. I don't think I saved it. Yeah, I think I took him off. Let's go lower deck. But my Enterprise E needs all the love it can get, so he actually will go there instead of the battleship there. And there is one of those lower deck officers I might be able to stick down underneath there too, if I was going to use as my main crew. But yeah, Ortegas, you want to go ahead and have her for an option. So if you got to use that lower deck officer in another ship, you're going to have a strong crew. So I'm not saying skipper. And you can see I'm still using her now in that one because I need the help in the Enterprise E. Even though it shouldn't be that way, um, on these 70 ships, the Krechna is the king. Even though it's far as the battle triangle goes, is and that's just because one thing is the Explorer strike team is the worst of the three. Now, I think the battleship strike team is the best, but they have to work against the triangle from the interceptor. That's one thing you have to overcome if you're gonna. If somebody's got a badass interceptor, whatever ship level you are. There's a. It's gonna be hard to overcome, even though I think on paper the battleship strike team is the best strike team. But if I go against an equal tiered ship, equal tiered crew members, I'm going to lose every time because of the triangle. But I haven't found that to be the case with the epic interceptor versus the epic explorer. Like my Haicha never my both my Haicha and my Rotaran never lost against the Enterprise counterpart, unless he was way tiered higher than me. And just because the interceptor strike team is really good, especially if you know how to but you've got to know how to crew the bottom. And I think I went over that in the last true on how to crew the interceptor. And if you can crew the bottom, you're just gonna have to. The only person that's gonna beat you. I got one. There's one person on my server that can beat me with this ship right now. One, and that's because he's got the same ship and his is completely tiered out. You know, he's got a tier 18 and I've got a tier 15. And I'm going to lose every time against that. Yeah, both of those are good officers, but they have one downfall. You have to be the guy initiating the battle. If you're not the guy initiating the battle, then uh, you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose. Like there's a guy in incursions uh, last time that uh, I could tell I had better research than he did because he would win if he initiated the battle, but barely. He would have like a shriver of a hole left. But when I initiated one, I had about a half a hole left. But it was all on the key of Tuvok and being the guy that strikes first. That's why I don't have both of them in my uh, I don't have both of them in my Kretschna, just because that would make it really weak if I wasn't the first person to uh, initiate the contact or battle. So I've got one of them. I've got one of them, the Tuvok in this one, and I've got the other guy in my Enterprise E. That's the reason why I got that. Now imagine if you could guarantee you're going to be the first guy that strike every time. That would probably be a Mike Tyson type punch towards somebody. And that would mean you'd have to probably cloak every time you hit somebody and then cloak and run. And if you're using like the Klingon FT, cloaking, striking first, using both of those officers would make that ship one bad son of a bitch. Because the Klingon FT in there, or when I'm saying FT, I'm talking about the forbidden technology. One of the things it does is it gives you extra power from being cloaked. That's why you'll see some people, even though you see them come to a system, they'll cloak before they hit you because they think they can get extra power by doing it, and you can. It works. It's a sound tactic. Well, yeah, look at your battle. Now, see, the problem is maybe the person that hit you is doesn't have a strong first punch, and they're actually procking their state on the second round. See, because that's what's happening to you when you if because they won't have a state that you're that Tuvok or the other guy will uh, proc unless they maybe it carries over if they hit another guy's ship. I don't know, but I know that there's got to be if you read what it says how the officer works. There has to be a state, and it can be any of them. It can be burning. It can be a simulation. It can be hull breach. It can be what is it? Morale. It can be any of those. But if your opponent has to have that, uh, there has to be morale or whatever. It has to be no state. Let's go back. We can look on two. We can look on him. I've got him in doc. Okay, on the start of the round against a player, on a player with no state applied, okay? See, no state applied. So if he has any of those already going, um, you increases your gasoline damage by whatever. So that means you've got to hit first. To get the most out of this officer, you've got to hit first. And the same thing with Tuvok. Now, Miss Q, where was the other one that was here? what's her name? She's not like that. So as you can see what I've got down here, I've got for this one, I've got morale off of, with him. Whoops. Let's see. And they came out with these other officers, the ones I've got in the other ship. We'll pull that up too. But they don't. They're supposed to be counter officers for the other ships for against these officers. But the problem is they're not as strong as these officers, as far as their state ability. Like you look at him, and he's got 100% chance to apply morale for 3 rounds in fighting a player. Um, and then Miss Q works off morale. Uh, so does he. She's just gonna get. She's just a badass. She's gonna give me isolytic damage, and she's gonna protect me from isolytic damage. So I've got isolytic cascade damage on 2 different officers in here, and then I've got apex barrier from this Q. So they all work together. But the thing is, with both him and Tuvok, you have to hit first to get the most out of them, because of that one little stipulation that on the start on a round against players on a ship with no state applied. Because once you get a state applied, then I don't know how effective he is, but most of the time he's proccing those 3 rounds because there's no state applied at that point. In Connor Wharf, that's not a bad crew, dude. That's not a bad crew, especially if your other ones are not high tiered. Um, that's not a bad crew at all. Now you know you're gonna need an officer like Miss Q and that lower deck officer to really make that crew rock, because they're gonna take the morale that Wyoon puts out there and the morale that Kirk puts out there, and they're gonna proc hard. You see what I got on this? You see what I put on here? You know, when I'm getting to this to ship 7 with a PV crew, I've got I've got Ahura, Spock, Kirk, and all his buddies below deck, and then I've got. I mean, they just that's for synergy. I mean, they don't give me any extra. The only one that here is even giving me anything is um, I just got him in there for stats because he doesn't do anything. Probably need to take him off, actually. Let's see who else we got we can put in his place. I'm trying to see if there's anybody PvP I'm not using. Now I'm pretty well using everyone. Let's just go with a power officer. Let's see. Strength. I can probably put him there. Yeah, that stacks my health and defense downstairs. Okay. Now they made these officers on against a battleship with hull breach. So Uh, you kind of want her on the interceptor as the captain, but I went ahead and just stuck the other two on here. So now I got a chance for put all three states on what whoever gets. Uh, you know, but see the problem is they were called the retaliation crew. Now they should have made their abilities the same strength as the battleship got. One the for need this one needed to be the same strength as uh, of Lian. This one needed to be the same strength as Waun, and this one needed to be the same strength as uh, Ducat. But they didn't. They're all 40%, and the other ones were 100%. So they're not that great of a retaliation crew in reality. You know. So I mean, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel. This doesn't do too bad actually. I mean, I don't have any lower deck officers to help them out downstairs, but uh, I left this out for like I don't know what happened. I don't know why it was out of my station, but I left it out of my station for like almost the entire day, and it took some of the lower players like 10 shots at it to kill it. And it wasn't a shitty cruise they were using against it. It actually works halfway decent. It was something I kind of put together on the fly. Um, because a lot of people see if 17 billion ship, they're not looking at the crew. Not know I've got a ragtag crew on both of these, and it kind of works. Like trials and tribulation. I need to do that event too because I'm actually low on that juice. Okay, where are we at as far as the milestone event goes? I think I already got 100, so I need to bring it back. Let's see. How close am I? Oh, I'm pretty close. I think I'm gonna go ahead. Let's see how many of the hospital, how much I get for the 68s. Let's see. Okay, I get 3 million off of each one, and I need. Let's bring it back. I'd rather have the loot. Okay, let's bring it back. Let's see how much over I went by talking to you guys. I probably went way over. Whoops, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Oh, I'm right at exactly 100. Okay, good. Oh, yeah, I have to work. I have to work Wednesday night, Thursday night, and Friday night this week. So there probably won't be any streaming the next 3 days unless I just not tired. Sometimes I'm either two states when I get home from working a 12-hour shift. I'm either wired and can't go to sleep right away, or I'm just dead dog tired and just almost asleep after I change out of my work clothes. You know, and find out 1 o'clock. I wake up. Oh man, I didn't. I still got my. I mean, one time I left my groceries out and had to throw some stuff away, which sucks. But yeah, yeah, it's either one or the other. If I'm a little bit wired, have done it before where I've where I've streamed for about an hour before I went to sleep. But that's not really something I'm going to promise. But yeah, man, that was fun the other night. I can't believe I streamed for over 9 hours the other night. And if it ever lines up where the incursions doesn't happen on my work night or prior or just after my work night where I've had a chance to get a good night's sleep, I will do a 24-hour stream during the incursion. Because if usually, I mean, I haven't done it in a while because the way they've scheduled them here lately has always worked where I had to either work the night before or working on the day of the incursions. But if they can put it like on a Saturday and it's not, I don't have to, I'm not working that night, I can maybe pull it off. But if they definitely do it on a Sunday where it's my 3 day work week where I'm working Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'll definitely do it. Start at the beginning and end at the end because I used to stay up 24 hours during the incursions, but I haven't done it in a while because our server we got so many people that don't try, and it's I mean the last 6 incursions I've spent the entire time defending people, stupid idiots that can't shield or won't move. This last one was the one maybe one of the that's why all the wars are going on right now. It stems from that last incursion because we had so many people that did so poorly in it. Some of it was that, and like I said, there was a bug on this server with the 12-hour. Well, it wasn't really. I don't guess it was really a 12-hour shift. What was happening is the server wasn't talking. I mean, the client state of the games that we're playing wasn't talking to the server right, and it was remembering the last shield that you had up and not the current one. So everybody during the incursion, me included, we're rolling heavy on this 4-hour one, just so when I hit the 12-hour one, I went to sleep. It expired about the time the last 4-hour one I pushed did, and not the 12-hour one that I had currently. And they at Scopely actually saw that on their end because I told them, hey, my shield failed. Why did my 12-hour shield fail? And they looked at it and saw that I didn't do anything to break the shield after I started it. And then they looked into it and said, well, it only lasted 2 hours and 45 minutes. And then it went away. And they didn't have no explanation. But one of you guys who watched the stream, I won't say his name because I don't know, he didn't give me permission, but he told me he worked for a gaming company like Scopely, and he's the one that explained to me that what happened with that was that he told me what the way to fix it is before you go to sleep at night. And I do this every time now. Before I go to sleep at night, is he going to hang that ship out? Nope. Okay. Before I go to sleep or I'm off for a long time, I'll log back on and log back in, log off, or just swipe my app if I'm on my phone or on my or my iPad, and then restart the app, and then if it shows I still got the same shield, then most likely I'm good. But I didn't do it that day. That's not really was in practice of, was doing it because I've never had that problem. There've been times where I hit like 3 players and should have lost my shield and didn't do it. Was not during this incursions, but it's been in the game a couple of times. I go, why the hell did I not lose my shield there? You know? And but there's been a few screwy things with the game, but there were a bunch of things said and stuff like that, and uh, that was enough to give some of the players on my alliance ready to I think they put 3 alliances KOS, and then um, a couple of the farming alliances decided they were going to get into a coalition with these 3 alliances against us, and it's not working too good for them. Let's say that. Uh, Not working too good at all. And yeah, so it's been fun, with all these KOSs. It's been real fun. I basically that's all I did yesterday was hit red dots all night, all day long. I'd probably the thing right now, nobody's doing anything. I could probably go in there and patrol augment space and kill them all day too. But I got my own stuff I need to do in augment space right now. That's probably what I'll do when I get off stream till I get ready to go to sleep. I'll just start patrolling augment space. Because you see I'm hitting 68s, and you're seeing what it's taken for me to complete the milestone event. And okay, I'm going to show you, but do not use this crew if you're not powerful enough to kill these. Let's see if I got enough to do a mission. I don't think I do. But if I do, well, this one's after I get stopped. Come on. There we go. Okay. Got 5,400. Okay, let's see if that's enough to pull a mission. Okay, let's go into augment space. But yeah, that whole thing that they're doing now okay, I do got enough to do a mission. Okay, good. I'll do it after I get settled. Like I said, the crew that I'm using to hit this hostile here in just a minute is not one that I would recommend to actually do these. But the thing is, my ship is a lot more powerful than the hostile that's going to hit. The crew that I would use if I was at the same level as these hostiles is the one I showed you a few minutes, last time I did one of these missions, which is not a crew too different than the one I'm using right now. But like I said, I would use Lorca, Tau, and the regular Giorgio, the one that's from the Discovery on the bridge. I would not use what I'm using here. I don't think I got Giorgio on this ship here. Either one. I know I got Section 31 version of her, but I don't think I got her below deck. I think I might have all 3 of those bridge crew guys open. But we're going to stop the hostile up here, and then we're going to do the mission. Redeem the insignias. And hopefully we'll get enough that we can do. That'll get me really close to being able to do that research, one of those researches in there. But the thing I would do, I would recommend is once you get to the superior level where it unlocks those missions, is I would focus on getting Khan and Jockholm first before you start doing the stuff for the insignias. I would use my insignias for them, is what I'm saying, instead of the research in there. Because you can actually, once you get Jockholm in there, you saw how powerful of a defensive officer. You can actually use him in below deck in one of these ships to help you kill the rest of them. I mean, I don't know if I'm saying that guy's name right. I need to go watch that stupid. Well, it's not stupid. It's actually one of the better OG movies. Is this The Wrath of Khan? Some of the other ones don't really hold up real well if you go back and look at them. That one does okay. The effects are pretty bad. What? God dog it. Glitch City. I'll have to come right back. You get a game that has so much. Now it's not going to let me click on Okay, I'm going to do something different. Okay. Let's see if... Oh, come on, give me my ship. Okay. Now let's see if it'll let me get back in that system. Look, guys, see, I'm clicking the crap out of that. I might have to clear localization, but I'm not going to leave my ship in there. Probably should do it anyway after it glitched that last time, because what it did is it's not recognizing that click. But this run I should be able to finish it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and stop it where it is. And we'll send it back. We got to go back. The easiest way to do this. I might have been able to make it do it that way too. Well, right now I'm warping. It won't let me do it. Yeah, I made me some goulash to eat for dinner tonight. I made a bunch of it last night, but I have some left over. Yeah, that they work really good for these, for sure. I mean, I experimented with about 8 different crews doing this, and my regular PvE crew doesn't do bad, but it was like a difference between 70 hostiles and what I'm doing right now. And it couldn't beat the 70s. I didn't think it was. I thought it was going to be one of those ones where you're going to have like a ops like one that's over 100 billion to be able to do it. But no, it's just have to get the right crew. Maybe when I have 100 billion, it wouldn't matter, but oh my gosh, it switched it to Galaxy Chat. And the mental giants are sitting there talking about the Iran and stuff. That shit's way past their pay grade. Now, man, that thing is not wanting to quit. What was funny the other day, I was like, both the 5 year old and the 3 year old, they were up here helping me grind on Sunday because that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to blow up ships. And I probably told them like 100 times not to hit the one with the skull on it because they like it blowed up like this. Because especially the 5 year old, he says he wants to see their face, and then the 3 year old wants to hear the sound effect on it when we're doing it. So we're doing that, and they don't hit it, but their uncle screws up and hits it when he's doing it. uh, because I lost track of it because I still had it in space when I got home. I never took it back because I really wasn't worried about anybody popping my ship while I was up here. And I'm doing just like I'm doing right now, and I forgot where I had it because I always blow it way out like this. So I'm sitting there marking, and it was a 68 ship that came. I mean, not the 68 six ship is pretty easy to say, oh, that's the chaser, but they sent a 68 after me, so I I'm sitting there searching for the next one, and then the screen goes out of the system. I go, what? Well, and then went and looked at the log, and I was like, oh, how in the hell? That tells you a 3 year old and a 5 year old can manage to not hit the thing, but I do. But the 5 year old wanted to hit the skull and crossbones. He goes, can I just try? I said, well, baby, you'll blow up if you do it. You can try it if you want to. And he would be so tempted. He didn't end up doing it because he didn't want to blow up and have to wait for it to come all the way back here again. They're so funny watching them play this. I would videotape them playing and put it on here for y'all guys, but I don't know. I always thought that was kind of mean, taping old kids and putting them when they have no clue that what's going on. Then later on in life, especially something like this would be on YouTube. That maybe when they're 12 years old and it's still on here, that it wouldn't be too cool for them then. But it's funny. I mean, they get into it too, man. They're all into uh, getting the hostels. Are funny to watch. That's why I don't mind just handing them the controls and letting them play because they're fun. Well, thank you, man. I don't do Discord, man. That's one thing I don't do. I don't do the Discord because I don't like the. I mean, am on the private Discord for information, but and it's not that great of a source of information, but sometimes it's the only source for some of the information. and I'm on it, but I don't do Discord. I'm not on our server Discord, and I'm not on my alliance Discord either. So, but I do. There is a Facebook. I don't. I can see. I haven't really pursued uh, doing much with it, but I think I am here. I, I'm comfortable to the point where it looks like dual streaming with you with YouTube and Twitch is working pretty good. I may see if I can add Facebook because Facebook is one of the things that this new software I'm using will stream to as well. So I may end up doing all three of them pretty soon. There's few little things that I want to do to improve this one before I do that. Um, but yeah, yeah, that's what like my Tyler, my 5-year old, he likes it like this big, so he can see their faces. And then the 3-year old likes the I don't know if I got it set up where you can hear it on here, but you guys know what I'm talking about, the little siren, the little noise it makes when you hit the battles, you know. He loves that. So I forgot that he was the last one to do it. So I'm in Olive Garden and I'm trying to do some of the stuff while I'm eating before I come on here, get rid of some of the uh, you know, some of the stuff, and I forgot that it had that little whoop whoop whoop, and it's doing that, and people are looking at me. But yeah, they call it the spaceship game. All three of them. That's what they call it. Can we play the spaceship game? And I said, yeah. And they're pretty good. Most of the time, they're pretty good taking turns. But I used to always bring all three iPads with uh, my account and then two that I made for the 5-year old and the 7-year old. At that time, the 3-year old didn't care about it. He was too busy watching, what was that show that he used to watch that he loved? It wasn't Blue's Clues. It was one of those ones like that that has the little dog. I can't think of the name of it right now. Um, he has a little sister and the family thing. He loves that. He used to love that. He Once that got on that, and there was another one too. What's it? I can't think of the name of it. It's like one of the worst things ever, man. I don't something in Maggie. It has this crow looking witch looking thing. I can't remember what it was. It's hard to listen to, man. I thought Blippy was bad when the 3-year old was like 2 or 3 the 5-year old when he was like 2 and 3 years old and he was all into Blippy. I thought Blippy was bad. Steve and Maggie. Okay. Yeah, that's the one the 3-year old loves. He loves that Steve and Maggie. And he's usually you could put that on there. Used to he would be all that's all he would care about. How many do I got? What, got try? Y'all thumbs up or thumbs down on trying? I mean, I'm 1 for 3 right so far on them. Let's go for it. What the hell? So it would probably count as 70 during for the event. So if I get it, I'll get extra points. Okay, I got it. So now I'm 50-50. Oh, okay. Here's one of my enemies. He's about to freaking die. He's got a speed crew on it, so he's trying to. See, I've got a shield on, so it's messed up. It's causing a pause. There, I got him. There you go. That was pretty dumb of him. He sees me in here grinding, and he should have just went into a different system. And I think that got me over the top, guys. Yep. He gave me the regular one. Why didn't it give me the loot for the other one? That is weird. See, it gave me this one, but I didn't see the reward for this. Maybe it's just lagging. It did that a while ago too on one of them, which was weird. All right. So we're done. Let's see how many more we got till we got not we got 47. So we're gonna do the 47 and go. So that's a double bonus. I got to take out his freaking cube and see now if it would have been me, what I would have done is I would have go back. He's got a Kretschna, but he's a freaking farmer, so he's not gonna have the research and stuff that he needs to come back and I would have got my PvP crew and come back up here and got me because I don't have a PvP crew. That would have happened if it was a reversal thing. If he would have popped my lesser crew with a PvP crew, I'd come back. I come back and get him. I don't have a PvP crew, but I got you know what I'm saying. If this was a reversal thing, my ship is already back here with my main crew on it. But that's one of the biggest problems of this server is he's like the top guy in his alliance, and he's such a big wuss. But if that exactly, even if maybe I die coming after it, I'm coming back. Somebody's popping me like that, I'm coming back. I'm hitting him like a hammer, man. You know what I'm saying? But he just a little. I'm gonna change. I can't stand looking at this. I need to know what's going on in my alliance. Okay, we got it. Yeah, we got this one guy. We got this one guy that's in one of the on our server. He's got some kind of mental problem, and he'll get on a Galaxy chat, and he'll just fill the chat with nothing but the most insane garble that you've ever read or heard. I've got him blocked, so I don't have to read him. But when I didn't, when he was actually, well, he was actually in an alliance I was in once, and he's like the first guy that I'd ever blocked in my own alliance because he'd fill the AC full of crazy shit, and you'd miss people starting armadas and stuff because he would fill the entire. If you put it on the main screen, everything that you would see was his crazy delusional musings up there. Like I said, there's like a roach alliance on our server called Hate, and they're the kind of dudes that go into systems and kills everybody's miners, whether they're OPC or not. And but they're so one day he's convinced that all of the uh, high players in our alliance are all alts of this one guy that was like the head of that alliance. And he's all saying all this crazy stuff. And this is before I blocked him. And then one guy goes, "Hey man, he's really trying to help him a little bit," and he just got all in his face and said some of the most insane crap ever. And we bounced him. And then the head of our alliance, he was like, or admiral, let him back in. And then I said, "What'd you do that for?" You should have seen what he said to this dude. He said he doesn't need to be in our alliance. Oh, he's just mentally ill, man. We got to give him a break or whatever. And eventually he went over the top even for that guy. And but he was so convinced we were all a member of this. Our accounts were all alts of this one dude. And then so he finally gets fat. He finally quits the alliance himself. And so guess where he goes? He goes and joins the Roach Alliance after doing all this insane babble on them and stuff. And it was like, but the guy, our admiral, kept letting him in. Finally got tired of him too. But I used to go hunt that guy and pop him because I knew it would drive him crazy. I did it on purpose, and because I knew he would rattle him. It would rattle him so much that it would put a big diatribe into Galaxy. I had him blocked, so I didn't have to worry about it. But oh, but I would stir the pot on him because okay, we're getting close to the 100. Once we do that, then I'm going to do the Q's trials to finish up that event. And I should be done with everything tonight. I mean, then my dailies tonight. But you get some weird cats. We had this one guy that on our server that pretended to be a guy in the military and special forces, and then he had someone pretending to be his wife come on there and saying this most of this happened in the server Discord, and went on the Discord and copied and pasted this fake letter from the guy's commander that he died in action. And uh, and then there is a guy in our alliance that actually is military, and some of the things that were in the letter didn't sound right. So he goes in and some I don't know. Somehow he found out what the guy's real name was and not his screen name, and he looked it up, and the guy was never in the military at all. That he'd made up all this stuff. So I don't know what the end game was. Was he gonna were they gonna try to? Because were some people in there who wanted to see if they could raise money to help his widow or whatever, and but that never came to fruition because the guy on our server that actually had contacts in the military couldn't found out that he wasn't legit. So you got crazy people, and I always disliked the guy to begin with. Not I didn't ever know the military part of it at all, but he seemed like he was a piece of crap of a human being anyway. And I never liked him. And I was like the one person that that people said you were right. I said I just didn't like the way he operated in the game. I could tell you he was a piece of crap. Like normally, right now, guys, we're at war, so you're gonna see me do something I don't like doing, like hitting a lot lower players. That's something I usually don't do at all. But war is a different animal, and what we're trying to accomplish with the war, also. But normally you won't ever see me. I try to stay with the guys that are 60 or above. Because it doesn't really accomplish anything for me to hit somebody lower than that. It's it's not in no way testing my ship at all. But you'll see me do a real uh, some real uh, brutal things on here uh, when we're at war. Because I really don't. I don't. I to me like there are. I left an alliance because they would pick on lower alliances that we could set out like our top 30 guys and they still wouldn't have a chance, you know. But we have a different reason why we're doing this. We're trying to break up the farming element on this server, and they're trying to do stuff on Discord in the Discord server to regulate fun out of the game to make this into Star Trek Farmsville. That's another element of this whole thing that you can't see. But I guess in a way, I kind of started some of it because I told them that after that last incursions and all this the bad blood after that, that the hands off in 6 star space was over. That if they're OPC and 6 star space, they're going to get popped. I never agreed to not doing it, but there was a point in the game early on, especially when I was an early 60 player, there was no benefit into it because the exchange. Maybe I got some in here. Okay, I'm almost there. I'll after, but I go into the refinery. I don't know if I got a pull. Yes, I do. Okay. I never make the big pull because look at the difference. 600,000 of the material versus 2.5 million for one extra chest. That's just not worth it. But you can see for one chest pull, the most I can hope to get is 222 of this, 80 of that. You know, for the most part, back then, as much hull damage it would take for me to hit one of their Selkies in space, um, I'd be giving up more in repair than I would ever get from whatever I would get from and also my 67 8 ships has a little bit better cargo hull than my Selkie. I'm gonna get one of my little Selkies because I've got several. I'm gonna get the lowest one I got. Let's see. Okay, my lowest Selkie. Let's go out. My lowest Selkie barely holds over 1 million. And at the rate that those mine, especially at the low levels, when they go OPC, you're talking maybe you're getting 60,000 or maybe even 100,000 of it. Well, that won't do anything inside that refinery. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't do anything. 100,000 doesn't even get me one pull. I wouldn't get enough for one pull, and I'm giving up a bunch of hull damage to get it. So it's not wasn't worth it. But now my 68 ships are strong. I barely get any hull damage, and now it's a more strategic it's a more strategic thing than necessity thing. But just like that coalition they tried to bring up against us and stuff like that, because we're taking away some of the farming element of the game from them. I mean, like I mean, it's kind of put some of my game back because I was when I was below level 60 and below, I was one of the biggest OPC pirates on this server. It took part of my game away, but because I saw no net worth of it when I was lower. Now it doesn't really bother me because I've got strong enough ships that I get very little hull damage from, and I can go in there and just go to town. Let's find. Let's find a. I'll put it in. This one has a decent PvP crew for the. We'll go see if we can find any OPC ships now. Well, that one's flying back. Okay, we should be able to. I think I've got one mission out already. Let's go ahead and go ahead and get him. I kind of forgot about him. Okay, so like I said, I can use any on my 70 ship. I can use any crew just about. You can pop one of these well on this level. See, I've got a PvP crew in there. I would definitely not suggest using this crew, but my ship is just way overpowered. Even though it says hard on it, it's not hard. So I got my. Let's go ahead and see. I think maybe hopefully with what we get with this, we can get another one. I doubt it. But let's see how close that gets me to the next research that I want to do. Okay, got 10,000. So if I get another, that's 14. That's not enough to. Yeah, that's not going to be enough to do any research today. Gets me close. Gives me 1 run from doing that one and maybe like 3 runs from the other one. Okay. Let's go ahead and make this pull and see if we do. I doubt it. Let's see. No, I'm gonna have to make another run to get enough to get another mission out. I can do the little one, but that's not gonna give me enough loot. I'm gonna make some pulls while I'm in here. I needed to go in here and do some runs just and pull some Sloan. This is what I've been using my regular ones on right here, trying to get Ducat finished. But these are the ones I'm working on. I'm working on Specialist 7 and Field Marshal Q. But Rami's the other officer that came out of that, but she doesn't have that um, problem with the uh, on the start around. She is afflicted by burning. There's no state. She's really good. She's really good if you're um, going after cubes. She's good below deck for that. But all these officers are pretty decent in one way or the other. I mean, they're all PvP officers, of course, but this is not a bad way to requisition them. And of course, these new boxes, you get these new pulls you can get in these boxes. Let's just go ahead and get that. Of course. See, I can pull these tomorrow. But I'm getting close on DeMarco. I mean, when I say that, if you knew I only had like five towards this 950 when this arc started, and I already got 518 of these. Um, like I said, I'll have her done in 2 months. I guarantee probably by August, she'll be tiered out, and she'll be a monster below deck. And I'm also really close on 7 and 9 too. But there are regular ways to get her. That's why I haven't went ahead and just bit the bullet and use some of this loot to advance her, just because there are better ways to get. I mean, she's better. She's better sourced than some other officers. Like you can get her. I'll show you where you can go in the X Borg. This officer exchange right here. In fact, she's the only officer I can pull off of this pull. You can see I'm need 31 more shards and she's done. Let's go ahead and make that pull. So I got 3 more, so that puts it at 28 more. Yeah, there's going to be some servers merged. They put the ones online. Here, let me see if I can find my phone. I think I can maybe access it real quick. Okay, so I got my phone. Well, let me go on the Discord. This is one things that Discord is good for. Um, okay, here's the merges. It was right on it. That was the last thing I looked on it. Okay, on June 24th, EU 42 is merging with uh, 134. US server 715 is merging with 711. And 92 is merging with 86. I really don't see this server merging anytime soon. Just because the spin rate is too high on this against these players. And they from I was told from a really good source, um, the two matrix they use for merges is what they what the spending on the server and the engagement in the events. Um, and he told me they're almost equally important. And this was a pretty high level dude. At the time, I don't know what his position is now, but at the time he was a pretty high level dude. Because we had some bad rumors going on 75 before we merged. It was like a year before we merged with set with 74 that it was coming almost every arc. So finally got, and I'll have to give Rev the shout out on that. He gave me somebody I could contact where I could find out even if, and he said that the guy that he told me we weren't even on a radar for merging. That it the two factors that they look at the most is how much your server spends and how much engagement you have with the content. Um, no, I don't know anything about any of these servers. I don't think we've ever faced any of them in incursions or anything like that. So I know nothing about any of those guys. Um, to be honest with you guys, merging's not a bad thing sometimes. It can be good or it can be bad. For us, the one server that server 74 was 3-0 and incursions was 74. So we ended up merging with a server that was worse at shielding and moving than what we were. So heavy it has server been heavy or light into PvP? Like I said, I don't know. I don't know anybody on 786 at all. And like I said, I don't think we faced them in incursions. That number server doesn't stick out to me. None of those really do. Um, but but anyway, yeah, I don't see us doing it anytime soon. So I wish this was closer to the weekend so you could see what our spending board was for
an okay officer, not even great. Like I said, I was surprised I won for the week. I was really shocked on it because I did, like I said, I did spend like, was only going to spend like 279 bucks. I bought the interceptor packs that were in there, but we saw that incredible Father's Day pack that they had all the loot for the store in here. They had one that they had a Father's Day pack that had uh 200,000 of the loot that you upgrade these officers with, and it also had like, I know, like 60,000 of the loot for him in here, for these officers, and I couldn't pass it up because I ended up. I'll tell you what I did with it, and because she's still on the board. Um, I think I had her. Um, all the I used this to tier her out or tier her up because she's going to be tier 4. So I took her from tier 3 to tier 4. I think I might have had 8 shards for her before. Um, I wish I would have had enough to do both her and Mirror Troy, but it's not. This is the thing that's holding me back right now. Is this right here? This Trillium D. You got to have 21,000 of it to tear her up. Like, so. I need to do some mirrors. I need to, when I get offline here, I'm gonna see if I can get some of my guys to do a couple of mirror uh, waves with me so I can get that loot. I think if I do like now from that last that last grab I got right there, that puts me in range where I could maybe do 3 and be done with her. And so I kind of want to do that. If I can get the two, there's 2 things I need to do on here. I'm gonna have to wait till I'm off stream. I want to do some of those formations, those Crenum formations, and I want to do a couple mirror ones so I can get the Trillium D to finish out her. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do my last thing on stream. We're going to go in here and do Q's trials to finish that event, and we'll be done. See, I don't know why I had that thing there. And when you're doing this, it doesn't really matter if you do one. If you don't have to do one to advance. You can use one of the lower levels for the event. And my ships, you know what? I should be using the Kretschna. Let's send that one back. Okay, so we're going to use the Kretsch. So basically, guys, I finished a 5-day event in a few hours tonight. Most of it on the stream. Most of the grinding one on the screen. I did the other one. The other ones didn't take well. The gas mining did, but right now, like I said, we're at war. I don't have many people that are that from our server watch my stream. So I'm not going to really show them where I'm mining or anything on there. So that's the reason why I waited. Exactly, that's what I waited until I was through doing that before I came online. And but it was brutal. That was a brutal. At least for my level. I don't know if it's for whatever level you were. I had to mine like 2.8 million gas to clear it. I have a feeling it will be hard to fight. Well, server 86 is an older server than 8092, so you got to keep that in mind too. That's now server population is in the factor, but I heard that that's not the number one. from the guy I was telling that told me, and like I said, he was high level at Scopely at the time. I don't know what his position is now, but he told me the two main factors on choosing two servers to merge together is those two factors: the engagement. They're looking to stir the pot up to get the engagement up and to uh, put two struggling servers together to try to try to stir the pot up to get everything going back. That's that's really the only purpose of it. But I kind of thought it was. We thought we were going to, for the longest time, we thought we were going to we were going, with this server doesn't exist anymore. We thought we were going to merge with 77. Because we were always in the leaderboards against 77. And those were, and we were evenly matched, even though that when the first time we did incursions, we descended a little bit before they did, and some of us were higher than them, but they were good players. That was, I'll be honest with you, that those couple of ones that we did with that was probably the funnest incursions I ever played. Was against those guys because they didn't go turtle up and hide, and we had high engagement. It was, those, like I said, that was one of the incursions I was up 24 hours for, both of those, because there was action the whole time. There was no real lull. I mean, that was one where you're out of tokens at the end of the deal. You're either stuck on one side or you're stuck you're stuck on the other side, because if you go back, you can't come back, or you came back to help somebody and you can't go back. Those types of incursions. Like the last incursion, I used one token to go over, and I wasn't over there more than uh, I wasn't over there more than 5 minutes, and I was getting my inbox or DMs blown up. Hey, so and so's getting raided. They got they got over whatever trillion resources. We need help. And I go back, and then I never went back on the other side, because it was like that at least the last six. I think this next time I'm not going to care. I'm just going to let the server burn and go and just have fun. I'm going to go have fun again with them. But man, we every because the last couple I've had to come over here and stop the bleeding, where we even have a chance to win. You know what I'm saying? And the last couple of times we did find the one guy on the server, and that's something too, that if I ever got a chance to really talk to somebody in the Scopely, they need to. One thing that they need to do is to make it to where if a server raids some monstrous uh, player, that it can't shift the whole incursions where the other team doesn't have a chance. So they need to rethink on the scoring on rating. They need to like scale that back way back, because it shouldn't be to the point where if a couple of dumbasses don't shield, it shouldn't to be to the point where everybody else on the server, uh, everybody else on the server has to, uh, lose out on on having a chance to win. It But it's not the way they got it set up. Now, the one thing that they did do that I'm glad that they taught, the one thing that they did do It was maybe like when they took it away for a long time, then they brought it back. When they brought it back, they made it to where people can't base hump. What I mean by that is they will get on a dead base and hit it over and over and over and over and over again to score. Well, they took that out of the game for. I am grateful as anything of that because I ended up. That's one of the things I used to have to stop. I used to have to search for guys trying to base hump the dead base, trying to score. That was like a thing that you could do. They took that out of the picture. I wish that they would also scale down what the. And you know what's weird about it is if say if I completely wipe a guy out and get his sigma resources, well it doesn't score that much more than the regular resources, and that should be something that uh and I think it does that on like for the on your server one, it doesn't you don't get a big bonus for sigma resources. And that part should change. That part I would say, hey, that one doesn't score high enough. But I think that they should make it to where it base rating is a factor, but it doesn't have to. I think it needs not to be the factor because you know why? Especially when I was sub 60. When I was sub 60 and those resources meant something. A lot of times, here's a dummy. I got him. No, I disagree, man. I would say a large portion of my upgrades came from other people. A large portion, especially the Parasteel. Um, like before I turned 51, um, and also we were in a lower economy where people didn't have trillions. Not every person did. A few people did. Uh, when it meant a little bit more, yeah, base rating is a great mechanic to upgrade. He must be doing accused trials or something. I'm gonna get him again. That's how, but that's not how it is. What's not how it is? I know systems want are supposed to be safe from PV war. Can someone? No, they can't hit you either. If you can't hit them at their from, we got a guy. That's, uh, you're 18. You can't hit. Yeah, I love to raid bases, or I did. Now I don't because it doesn't benefit me any. Because I've got. You see this, but see what I got right there. I can't spin that. And then I got 160. I mean 1.6 trillion. I mean quadrillion below deck, and then I've got a quadrillion of the tritanium below deck. But sub 61, yeah. If you don't if base rating is not part of your game, that you're missing a big part. I mean that's the problem is, and like see, we should be able to use like our 61 ships if we see. Let's say I see there's a guy right next to me. Let's see if he's unshielded. Or we can do this. Let's go. Okay, well, I can use this to see what he's got in there. Okay, he's got 20.7 million. They need to put some kind of skin on that I could put on my Selkie or one of my things that I can bypass all this crap and go right for that. If they ever did that, I'd be doing this every night. Even though I don't have any way to spin this right now, G7, I'm gonna need so much of that it's not even funny. And but if they did that, I'd be y'all guys would be watching me raid people all night on these things, getting like this guy the other day. I almost got him in, but just screwing with him. But I would be looking for 61 plus guys all night long to raid. But the problem is that for me to get the stuff that I need from him, I've got to take all this first before I can even get to that. And it really takes the base rating away from the guys that are, I would say, probably 63 up, because probably at 61, 62, maybe even 63, you're still going to be upgrading some stuff that's not level 61 yet. So you're still going to need it a little bit. But once you're about 65, 66, you're going to find no way to spin this stuff here. You know, watch cheating. Watch cheating, dude. But if they would put a skin on there where I could you put on my 60, you'd have to make it to where it only works on your 61 plus mining ships, your Selkie or, um, let me go. Because a person that's sick, like in their mid 60s, they don't need regular resources. In fact, maybe if they had a way we could get rid of them faster, maybe it would clear some of the lag we got in this game. But okay, so this ship, my Geshnar, if I could buy a skin in the store, put on my Geshnar, and it would bypass the regular resources and go right to the Sigma, that would be awesome. Same thing for, so I've got all three of those ships. This one too, this one too. And even if they did only make it for the 68 ship, they'd make a lot of people bypass them. That would make a reason for you to build one of these. Well, I'm gonna see how much of the Sigma pair I got below deck. Do I got more or less? I think less. Yeah, that number's gonna get big by the time we go to G7. Because right now I don't have any. I've got, well, I'll take that back. But I almost earn more than that in a day than what these are going to take to upgrade. Yeah, see, like 90, 360, I mean 386,000.
That one's almost 1 million. That one's not. That's a little bit more. It's 300,000. So they're real. I mean, back when I was like early 60s, that was a bunch. But here where I'm at now, it's not because I can almost earn that in a day. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oops, wrong button, wrong way. I don't know why I'm pulling. I don't think there's any of these I can use that doesn't. I might. Let's go. I haven't looked in. Okay, here it is right here. So which is the ones I don't have completely finished? Okay, quark scanner, crushers, hydrogen. Okay, but see, all these are all tier 14. So as soon as I get tier 15, you use that all those little remnant things, and you can just take it all the way up. Now there's a few of the paywall ones I don't have done. Um, See, I need to start working on Amelia Earhart's plane. I've been ignoring it just because I've been trying to get those officers. Officers have been more important to me. Um, this one you can only get in combat arenas. Like, yeah, last night I couldn't find a squad to get into the whole night. Couldn't find a squad to get into all night long. Let's blow that. There was like one that I might have could have got into, but they were lower players, and I would draw them into probably into going against 270s or 370s, and they wouldn't have a chance. See, that's the only problem. I have to look at that when somebody's doing it, whether I think that I hurt or help them going in there. Because honestly, I don't care if I win or lose because you get loot either way. It hurts my ranking, but I kind of gave up on that already. But I really would like to get some. I'd really like to get Mirror Her unlocked, and it would mean what it would mean me is finding a squad, a good squad to get into, and let's just keep rolling until we all get tired of doing it type thing. And so far, I haven't found that yet. Yeah, I had a chance 2 weeks ago to get in a good squad, and the guy bumped me. And then I didn't even see one the rest of the day that one I could get in, which really. See, now I have two guys. Had two guys on my alliance. We'd make a good team, but we're never on the same time anymore, especially on Monday. Okay, I need to finish this. Let's do this, and then we'll call it a stream. I'm gonna warm up my goulash, take a little break, and then I'm gonna come in here and set stuff up for my dailies. What time is it? Yeah, yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock.
But yeah, guys, man, thanks for people on the YouTube side. Thanks for subscribing, or like I said, we hit some kind of milestone. The last stream, and I got to go on YouTube and see what that unlocked. I don't think it unlocked uh full monetization or anything like that, but it's cool for when you did it. Like I said, the only one that I ever had that I could have monetized was my firearms channel, but I never did because all the harassment that the guys that were had monetized channel on YouTube was having at the time. And plus, like I said, I don't, to me, I'm not looking to make a full time gig, and I'm going to have to, if I ever get to the point where it does get monetized, I'm going to have to look to see if I want to claim it or not, because it could hurt me more tax wise than it's worth. But if it doesn't, and I do get the chance to monetize it, what you're going to see me use it, you're going to see me use it on this, because on the stream itself, and not really for me, because I got a decent enough job. I don't need the extra cash. I mean, everybody could use extra cash, but you know what I'm saying. But I'm not going to be on here every 5 minutes now. I need you to hit those subscribe buttons, or give me whatever gobbledygook that Twitch wants you to give. You're not gonna ever hear that here. Um, I'm glad for the platform to put it on, but if I never become affiliate there, I don't care. From what I've read from it, it sounds like it's more hassle than it's worth. But I definitely would like to build the user base. I mean, the viewer base on here for. And like I said, you'll be seeing other things besides Star Trek on here real soon. Like I said, I'm hoping to start fishing again. And you'll see some fishing videos, and you may see uh, if I can. I'm gonna try to reach out a couple of my old range buddies and see if we can get together and shoot some videos. I haven't talked to them in a very long time. I know a couple of them are not even doing the firearms instruction anymore. They may not be interested in even doing something like that again, but uh, it would be cool if they did, because we did some really cool things on the stream. We were doing um, like situational things where we would set up the range like it was a cafe or something, and talk about if you're carrying, should you or shouldn't you type thing. It was some good stuff. We did real things. There are things that you would see on YouTube I would kind of cringe on, because um, in a situation you might make yourself more of accelerate a situation and not more than what you can do, especially if there are multiple bad guys, because you have to really think in your head, can I take all three of these guys before they can take a shot at me? Even if they don't shoot you, if you accelerate the situation and they shoot a 3-year-old in the head because they're not as good a shot as you are, uh, you have to weigh all that stuff. It's not one of those, man, I got me a carry license, I can go out and be your pseudo sheriff in town or whatever. It's just not. You have to. There were a lot of things. There were a lot of things that I learned from some of the situational stuff that I learned from Don Russo, and some of the stuff that I never thought of in my life. Uh, and so there's some there were some really good life lessons that I learned from some of these military guys. Stuff that I use every day. Like when I go into a restaurant now, I'm looking where the exits are. I'm putting myself in a situation where I could see somebody come in. Um, you know, I do. You do stuff like that. You don't. But most people, they don't think like that, and put themselves in harm's way, because the best engagement in real life is the one you don't have, you know. And so we're like I said, we look for more things soon. I'm still going to do this. This is not going to go away. I love playing this game, and I'll keep streaming. I'm trying to think of some educational videos I want to do. If you go on my YouTube stream or my YouTube channel, you see that's the bulk of what you see is me talking about crewing and different things like that. And I'm still going to make that the biggest part of my channel. I just haven't sit down and thought of some stuff I want to put on here. Like I said, I did do the augment thing, but uh, like I said, I wasn't feeling really good for a little while. All the extra physicality of the new job kind of wore me down pretty hard for the last couple of weeks, and I didn't have time or feel like editing. But I've got it on disc here, and I'll have to go back and look at it and see if I would change anything on it now that we've engaged with this mechanic a little bit. So that's going to be the stream tonight, and hopefully I can uh, maybe if I feel up to it, I'll come on one morning. But pretty much look for me Saturday or Sunday night. I'll be back live on here. So until next time,